a,
Modus operandi.
it's about the integrity
Just par for the course. Government doesn't tell the truth, guys.
of the scientific institution.
And other things that we're not even considering, like, are in the same way as there's seasons relative to the sun, there may be seasons relative to other celestial bodies that the sun orbits around, for instance.
We produce those well.
Believe in this stuff, but the agendas funding it are trying to get more back than the funds they're wasting to promote lies.
They're really rigorous
Which, by the way, the funds being wasted are yours already.
review of these allegedly authoritative reports.
As a scientist,
They got nothing to lose but our money. Okay. Okay. Is that good? That's pretty good looking. Okay. Okay. So it's a little high. Okay, so I finished the previous Steve Koonin interview. I mean, he points out a lot of good things, valid points, and then I was like, maybe I won't publish that. Because I finished it, I started listening to it again, and then I got past where I had recorded, and I was like, I don't want to listen to this all again. It was like 40 minutes past. So I just stopped recording, finished it, kind of figured maybe I wouldn't even post it. Then I started watching the next interview, which is with Andrew Dessler. I mean, the things I just needed to jump in and start recording because it's so. We'll just go.
Explain why that's the case. So begin with, let's be clear, we're talking about the warming over the last century plus. One of the things, knife, and there's videotape of him stabbing the client. And I'd be happy to go over why we're so, I mean, twice you asked him what fraction of the warming is due to humans. And he basically blew you off several times saying, oh, we have no idea. And that's one of the things that's absolutely wrong.
okay, so what fraction of the warming is due to humans?
So the best estimate is that it's 100%. It's all the warming. So let me explain what.
That brings to mind Don't Look Up, where they're like, scientists don't like to say 199.8 or something. Scientists don't like to say 100. He says that. To the most absurd thing. Oh, best estimate is we're 100% responsible. Go on.
Why that's the case. So begin with, let's be clear, we're talking about the warming over the last century plus, last 150 years. So if you could go to slide 23, let me explain, and I'm going to give you kind of a cartoon version. This is actually how I teach my undergrad class at what we call detection and attribution. And the first thing you have to realize is that if the climate changes, there has to be a physical reason. You have, if a house is burglarized, somebody did it. And if the climate is changing, there has to be a reason. So we can list the suspects. So this is from The Usual Suspects, of course. And we know what's changed the climate in the past. And so we can investigate them. So we know that continental drift, the fact that the continents are moving, that can change the climate. We know that the sun's out.
Okay, real quick. This list is not exhaustive. This isn't the entire list. Understand, see, this is what we do. We say, oh, we must be the cause because, well, these things we've accounted for. And we see those aren't the cause, so it's us. So we should tax us. Let's tax us. Everyone, make sure to get your wallets out. You owe us for breathing, you fuck.
Output. The sun is the ultimate source of energy for our climate. If the sun gets brighter, that could cause climate change. Orbital variations. That's what actually drives the ice ages. It's the fact that the Earth's orbit varies over long time scales. Ocean cycles. That's what he said. Things like El Nino. He said, well, we don't. That could be it. And then finally, you have greenhouse gases. So can you go to the next slide? And so we can exclude all the suspects. We can exclude continental drift. It's too slow. The continents haven't moved in the last century.
We literally, this is so ridiculous. Let me explain, okay? Imagine Earth is an atom in an ocean. Do you think Earth dictates its circumstances, or the ocean around it dictates its circumstances? Earth has no say in the matter. It's really that simple. And it's the same for us as individuals. We are grains of sand in the ocean. We have no say in our motions. We just get moved. It's so lacking. But go on.
Orbital variations, also too slow. That's a 100,000 year process. The sun, we have observations. We measure the output of the sun. It's not getting brighter, at least since we've been measuring them from the 70s.
Not kidding.
Ocean cycles. That one,
At least since the 70s. Oh my God. The ridiculousness. The guy Koonin is referencing like thousands of years ago, like data. Or like, I don't know how long ago they had data. He's bringing a spectrum where science today, this conclusion, it's balanced on a knife's edge. It's within the 30 years of observations we made with no like point of like stability to the side. So it's literally balanced on a knife's edge, and it's fucking wavering. Oh yeah, because we see this tiny thing this way, it must go like that. And well, we should probably tax one another.
actually is the hardest one to exclude, but we don't have any evidence to support it. So imagine, someone was on trial, and the only evidence that they did it was that they didn't have an alibi. There was actually no evidence that they did it. If you were on a jury, you wouldn't convict them.
It's kind of funny that he's comparing it to a trial where ultimately the conclusion that's being made is you're at fault. Did you catch that? We did it. We're guilty. We're guilty. Please arrest me. For sure, you are right. My apologies. Please turn me into a tree so I can breathe in the carbon that I've just been creating. Oh. You guys know all about Earth. I know. It's hilarious. Literally, what was this? Continental drift. Like, not even a true fact, but a theory of how the Earth works. Oh, it's not contributing, so it's on this list like it's a fact. It's not even a fact. Oh my God. It's like, that's not how the Earth works. Watch my reaction to Randall Carlson's appearance on Joe Rogan to see how the Earth actually works. This is not what's going on. And for sure, we're in a period of stability that is like so stable, it's ridiculous. relative to the past, where there were moments of great instability on Earth.
They said they were home playing their Xbox, but nobody saw them. And so they obviously murdered that person. You would not convict somebody for whom the only evidence is absence of an alibi. And that, for ocean cycles, that's the only thing you can point to. We don't have, we can't rule it out, but we don't have any evidence that it did it. And then you have greenhouse gases. So I like to call greenhouse gases the world's dumbest criminal. It dropped its wallet at the crime scene. It, fingerprints. There's videotape of it committing the crime. It was bragging to its friends that it did it. When they arrested him, all of the stolen stuff was in the trunk. Can you go to the next slide? So again, I don't know if you want to read this, but we have massive amounts of evidence that carbon dioxide is responsible for the warming of
First evidence theory.
the last 100 years. And there's no other explanation.
Literally the first word, and it's so revealing, is theory. Theoretical.
And you put it all together, the scientific consensus is that we're responsible for all of the warming, 100%.
So there's a lot.
Consensus. This is what happens is like a state of mind solidifies over time that is beyond just individuals. Like the society itself is an individual, a single consciousness that then has stabilities where it has that state of mind. And that is consensus. It doesn't make it so. It's as equally capable of being wrong as you and I.
A lot of people that are just listening to this, so we'll read this off.
As evidence shows, just look at the past. See, we can balance on a knife's edge and be like, oh, well, for sure, society knows better. See, we're not looking at the past whatsoever. Or we can look at the past and see the fucking just string of just things we're fucking wrong about. We as a collective were wrong about. It happens. So, but what happens is it's okay. It's a process where the state of mind essentially starts out gaseous, and as input enters into the system of the collective state of mind, the particles become denser and denser and denser until they start to change their state from being a gas to a more fluid liquid. Then they're much more fluid until again the input reaches a point where it solidifies and it's rigid and it's not fluid. It doesn't change. It doesn't move. It just is that state of mind. It doesn't make it so. Put in a little more input, what happens? I'd snap something, but I don't want to snap things, it's...
Different...
And then it just shatters. We realize we were wrong. And a new state of mind where we're much more gaseous again. It's like a new octave, essentially. You can think of it as like a sound starting below the frequency and then rising through our audible frequency and beyond it, where it almost like enters into some sort of portal again and goes back through down and cycles through like octaves I know. Pardon me.
Things you highlighted are
Oh, sure.
theoretical reasons why adding CO2 will warm the climate. CO2 is going up. Geologic record shows correspondence between CO2 and temperature. Fingerprints and climate model support.
Yeah,
CO2.
I mean, I could talk a little bit more about this.
Sure.
So we've known since the 1800s that if you add a gas, a greenhouse gas, those are gases that absorb infrared radiation. If you add that to the atmosphere, it's going to warm the climate. We've known that since Arrhenius in the 1890s. We also know that carbon dioxide is going up. All right. I mean, I don't think there's any dispute about that. It's going up because humans are consuming fossil fuels. That's the main reason. And so you put those together, and in the 1890s, people were predicting that we would see global warming. I mean, that was 1890s. They said, we can't see it yet because we don't have measurements, but this is going to warm the climate. So indeed, it is when you see the climate going...
Pollute the climate, okay? There's a difference. Pollution is everywhere. That's the real concern, okay? You want to be concerned about something? Be concerned about the pollution of all this that we've done.
going up, you think, okay, that makes sense. If you look back at the paleo record, we have reasonable estimates of what the climate was back a billion years. Not super good, and you have to infer them. There's obviously uncertainty in that. But you can see that in periods when the carbon dioxide was low, there was a lot more ice on the planet, because you can tell if there's ice covering regions of the planet. And so you can see this correspondence between low CO2 and lots of ice. That's not perfect, and if you want to, you can point out a period, well, it's high CO2 here, but it's a pretty good correspondence. You put that slide back up so I make sure I don't forget.
Is there any instances of high CO2 but low temperatures?
Can you go to slide 26? Actually, I can show you the data. So this plot, the bottom plot shows...
It really matters that the Earth expanded. It really matters if we're going to try to talk about, like, historical data on the scale of, like, beyond human observation and just extrapolation from, like, core samples and, like, ice samples and so on. I'm not sure if that's what he was referring to, because I wasn't listening that closely, because I think a lot. It's just how it goes.
Shows millions of years, and the left-hand axis,
Okay.
which goes with the orange...
Yeah. See, all of this is just utterly wrong, because this is not what history is. The reality is that the Earth expanded and decayed, literally decayed into a new stable system. And when that process occurred, it was as if the planet decayed on such a scale because it had pressure building up inside of it. I talked about this in Randall Carlson's, in my reaction to it, to Randall Carlson on Joe Rogan. And in several places, this is our understanding of the history of the Earth. I'm hungry. Just started doing this. I'm just like, fuck. I'm like near death, probably. I don't know. I shouldn't say that. But what happened was the Earth expanded, the ocean floor was formed rapidly in months. And this expansion was as if the Earth decayed, because the Earth is a particle that can decay like a particle can decay. but the process is on a different scale where we see it differently. And how we saw it with Earth was the Earth expanded. Ocean floors were formed when the continents, which were a single landmass, were ripped apart, and then new ocean floor was formed. And in the process, water swept across the continents, literally flooding the world until the Earth reached a large enough radius for the water to recede into the newly formed ocean beds. Without that understanding, you can't talk about the history. Like, literally, this is all wrong. This is not, it's just not what happened. So, whatever he's concluding based on CO2 atmospheric and what we as a collective have concluded in this.
Orange line is atmospheric CO2. You can see atmospheric CO2 varied from 2,000 parts per million, which is about 5 times as much as there is today, to 250 parts per million, which is about 60% of what it is today. And the blue shows how far down, that goes with the right-hand axis, that shows how far down the ice went. And you can see that in periods when the CO2 was low, there was a lot of ice. Now, you can also see there's some variability that doesn't necessarily reflect itself with ice. So if you go back 400 million years, right before the CO2 line starts, you can see a period that might have high CO2 and ice. But, there are a lot.
Are we sure it was frozen? This isn't...
Lots of other things that could be going on. A single outlier like that, you don't want to use to contradict the overarching picture of the trend. Going back to that line, the next one is called fingerprint. So what a fingerprint is it's a way to separate various forcing agents. So, for example, if the sun were causing climate change, we would expect the entire atmosphere to warm. That's a prediction that you can work that out just theoretically. If greenhouse gases are causing the warming, the lower atmosphere warms, the upper atmosphere cools. So that's a fingerprint. And indeed, that's what we see. We see the lower atmosphere warming, we see the upper atmosphere cooling. That's a fingerprint of carbon dioxide.
What would it normally be? If there wasn't the amount of greenhouse gases, how do you determine, like, is there a percentage in terms of like what's warm in the lower atmosphere versus cool in the higher atmosphere?
Right. So we're just looking at trends.
Right.
So we're not concerned with what's normal.
There's just not enough data. There's literally not enough data. There's no way we have data of what he just said going back beyond a knife's edge.
We're just concerned with what's been happening over the last, we've been measuring upper atmosphere, maybe 50 years on balloons. And over that 50 years, you can see temperatures going down. Actually, probably not 50 years, maybe 30 years. You can see temperatures going down.
I was like, maybe 50 is a little better than like 30. I was thinking like 30. He literally adjusts it to, fuck's sake. 50 still, like, it needs to be thousands of years to see trends like that would be significant enough to have some understanding. It's just not reasonable. It's just wanting to draw a conclusion that's already being made.
In agreement with what you would expect from adding carbon dioxide. There's some other things going on. There's ozone depletion, which also affects the trends in the stratosphere.
Sorry, how do we know?
So, like, if someone's looking at this data and already believes global warming, climate change is happening, and sees this data, they're just gonna be like, oh, fucking proof positive. Boom. Print it. Someone else is like, oh, global warming is happening, climate change. They happen to be on one of these paper. They look at it, the boards, editorials. Pardon me, I'm not involved in the peer review process. I'm not allowed in there. It's outside of my scope of where I'm allowed to venture. And they see it and they're like, proof positive, print it, and then they send it out to the world. Some fucking journalist, oh, climate change is happening. Oh wow, did you see the new paper? Publish it. Oh, now the world knows. The fucking, and that state of mind that's already solidly believing that climate change is a thing to be worried about, to the point where we should tax everyone and just fucking you stay in place. You don't fucking move, okay? Just die there. Don't move. This'll work out. This'll work out just fine. There's no physics to this process where we're obliviously killing ourselves. No, not happening at all.
That the temperature in the upper atmosphere goes down when you add carbon dioxide?
Okay, that's a good. I often ask that question to graduate students. So basically, you think what's a good way to think about it. So when you add carbon dioxide to the atmosphere, I'm trying to think about a way to say you increase the emissivity of the stratosphere.
So many layers of thoughts going on.
So basically, probably the best way to say it is when you add carbon dioxide to the atmosphere, if you add it to the lower atmosphere, you're basically trapping heat. If you add it to the upper atmosphere, you actually increase the ability to radiate to space. And so by adding to the upper atmosphere, it's radiating directly to space, and so it actually can cool the atmosphere. In the lower atmosphere, it doesn't have the ability to radiate directly to space, and it basically just traps heat. Now, I'm going to get angry emails about that, because that's a great simplification of it, but that's basically the way I think of it. But the important thing is, this is really firmly established theoretically.
Okay.
And I doubt Dr. Koonin would argue it.
Firmly established. It is solid. Doesn't make it so.
So clearly there's an observable trend that matches the model that high CO2 is causing a warming of the lower atmosphere and a cooling of the upper atmosphere.
It's not, and it's important to say, this is not a model result. This is fundamental physics. This is just a few equations. This is not a global climate model. I mean, you don't need that kind of model. This is just simple physical principles applied to the problem.
Does anybody argue against this?
I don't think anybody would argue at that point. That fingerprint. So
that fingerprint shows that greenhouse gases are responsible for a clear and measurable warming.
Yeah, I mean, here's the point. Let me just reiterate this. Dr. Koonin, he doesn't say anything that's wrong. He just doesn't talk about it. Mm-hmm. So he's never going to talk about the CO2 fingerprint because that doesn't support his client.
Do you think he's doing this?
That's so absurd, because someone who wants to know the truth, you know what they do? I'll come back to that.
Because of his, I mean, do you have an opinion about this? Is he doing this because of his past, working for BP, working for previous administrations? He worked for the Obama administration, which was a more environmentally friendly administration than the Trump administration. But, like, what do you think would be the reason or the motivation behind doing something like that?
You know, I don't care to speculate. I actually have no idea what causes people to say these things. But as I said before, you know, he's not unique. You know,
right.
People, he's...
Oh my God, that's the fucking problem, is that people don't know what makes other people say those things. Literally is uninformed. Oh, I don't know. Well, exactly. You don't fucking know. That's the problem. Pardon me, dude. No, nothing personal. It's just, that's what's the problem is. That's why people are on the other side than the consensus, all rigid fucking solid belief system, saying, yeah, that's not so, dudes. It's just not fucking so, dudes. Because they see other things. He's like, I have no idea. Because I don't fucking look. Could you imagine a world where the consensus was like the alternative view, and this kind of view had to like push its way into being, oh, you know, there's no global warming. Oh, there's global warming. Dude, there's no global warming. Sounds nice, actually. But it's fucking ridiculous. No, because this shit gets to be spouted everywhere, where the alternative perspectives are just like, shh, you shut the fuck up. They're snuffed out as much as possible, and from an utterly uninformed standpoint. He could just be saying, I don't know.
He's not the first person in climate change to say this. What is kind of interesting is over time, the Koonin-like person has...
I feel bad. He keeps attacking him. I mean, he's not... This is what I mean. The layers. Because he's suddenly on the Joe Rogan Experience, probably partly because Joe was getting shit for things he said in the past, like years ago. If you didn't want to give shit then when he said it, you don't have any right to fucking give shit now. That's how it goes. You ain't listening when it happened. Well, it's not even the same person. Literally, he has changed. Oh my God, but it reveals, you know, that people just give a shit when it's in their best interest. It's not about giving a shit because they give a shit. It's because, oh, I could benefit in my eyes. I see a way where I can tear down and benefit.
changed their views quite a bit. In the 1990s, the people like him were saying
it's unintentional if that's what I do. I'm just listening, interacting.
Earth's not warming. And then they were saying humans aren't having an effect. And then as those arguments became increasingly ridiculous, now he actually has quite, in many respects, I think we actually agree on a lot of things. He agrees the Earth is warming. He agrees.
Dude. You know what's increasingly ridiculous is us not giving a shit about the pollution, but giving a shit about the so-called theoretical climate, and where the solution to that is to tax people and to make them use fucking unusable technologies on scale. Not possible. Batteries, oh yeah. Like the thing here, the problem that's underlying this whole discussion is they don't have a fucking solution. They don't have a solution. Their solution to stopping what the perceived problem is to basically limit people's ability to do what they want. So, oh, you can only do what's less efficient, but in our minds, better. So all you can do is use battery technology, wind, solar, nuclear. Never mind, they're not actually at a level where they can replace the things. And then like problems happen in like Texas, they talked about earlier, the freeze in Texas, and he literally says, oh, it's not because Texas has so much solar and wind, it's because natural gas's fault. It was supposed to back it up and it didn't back it up. Yeah, dude, exactly. That's why it's a fucking problem doing the whole solar, wind, and like, and then these governments supplement it. Oh, subsidize. It's free solar for everyone. Free. Never mind its cost on society. You gotta let a market be. If you don't have a fucking better solution than fossil fuels, sure, they're not the best. But, you know, as an engineer, I understand energy conversion. It's not wise to convert energy over and over and over and over and waste and waste and waste. Maybe I should stop wasting my energy by converting it into this type of shit. Be like, nah, it's all mine now. Sorry, dudes. So that's a thought, honestly. Clearly, it's not in my best interest to do this anyway. Not like anyone's listening. So. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. And then batteries. Like, batteries are trash, dudes. Okay, literally. What do you do with the battery? Oh, maybe you recycle the battery. You know how many batteries are in the fucking trash? Because they're trash. They don't last. They're not a solution. And so if we try to do like solar and wind, to effectively do solar and wind, as Joe and this guy talked about, to effectively do it, you need fucking batteries, dudes. You can't just like, well, what I do is I make power, I send it off to the grid, and then I take energy from the grid. And effectively, I trade the solar power I'm making at any moment for energy from the grid. Like, it doesn't fucking work. Like, if shit goes down, you need batteries. And the objective is, you're gonna need, like, if we really wanted to lift off and stop using all this other shit, we would need to fucking have batteries. And then we got all these green agendas, like fucking battery powered cars that are literally loaded with AA cells. Like, that's inventive, dudes. I worked in the patent office in battery technology and fuel cells. Both are not the future. Try as they might, they're not the future. That's what, and as he mentioned, this guy, like, we put a lot of time and energy into those technologies. Maybe there's alternatives that are fucking done, problem solved. I wish I mentioned like a lens to focus the particles that cause gravity, to merge them into macroscopic particles, to produce energy out of nothingness, but by literally just having a fucking metal lens. Oh, it's opaque. What could possibly pass through it? Maybe particles that cause gravity. Oh, you don't know about that, huh? Sorry about that one. Maybe you should listen.
These humans are having influence. He's always playing up uncertainty to get to a conclusion that his client is, he's trying to create reasonable doubt. He's doing what a defense lawyer does. Reasonable doubt is his product. In fact, there's a memo from a tobacco.
How is this really anyone's product? I mean, we're trying to move people consciously to a like unified place. And we all kind of see that place our own way. Some of us are like, oh, I just want to, my approach is to being not imposing. But then we just let the world be what the world is, and people who want to influence, well, they do so, and they do so regardless of what you and I think, and so I do so because of what I think. No inactive. What did the Bible say? I spit you out if you're lukewarm. Kind of in the middle. Nah, we go in that way.
Go executive, which explicitly says that's our goal. We're not trying to win the debate. We're not trying to convince people that smoking is safe. We're trying to create doubt in the mind of the general.
Maybe it is. I mean, if we stop thinking it's not like this, the placebo effect is really not fully understood. I mean, it may exacerbate problems beyond our understanding by, like, creating labels that then cause people to consciously think regularly a certain way, so that it almost reinforces that the outcome will be the warning, when it's not inevitable. It's kind of like I was saying, it's like it's solidified, like that's the outcome, but it's not the outcome. Like, I know it ain't the outcome. It's a matter of circumstance.
Public, and that's exactly.
Not to say it's usually probably the outcome. It takes the right circumstances in our world, in our world. The world we've agreed upon as a collective, but that doesn't mean that's the universe as a whole and how the universe functions.
Exactly the goal here. It's not to prove that, because he can't prove that
Right.
carbon dioxide is not. He's just trying to create doubt. He's trying to slow down action. At least that's.
Yeah, so we stop taking action that fucking costs us, okay? As soon as we decide it's time to take some action, and that action costs you and I, the cost is what we need to do is limit you. As soon as that's the decision, that's why we need to create reasonable doubt in people's minds, so they're not like, oh yeah, limit everyone. He needs limited. He needs limited. Like, no. Because fuck that shit. Right? We make our own decisions. Make smart ones so that people don't try to limit you.
That's going to be the net effect if he's successful. And again, I don't understand. I'm not going to say why he's doing it. I don't know.
Now, when he talks about it and he shows these charts of, period of many hundreds of years and the temperature of the Earth over that time, it does seem to be having this fluctuating effect which mirrors what we're seeing now.
Not really. Well, it depends exactly what you're talking about. So if,
I mean, ultimately, it depends on which part of the graph you want to look at. If you cut the graph the right way, you'll agree that what I have to say is so.
you look at the last 1,000 years, there's no period like the last 100 years.
In what way?
I wish I had a slide of it. I don't. But the last 1,000 years, the temperature was basically pretty flat, and we've had a 1 degree rise in temperature in the last.
Oh my God, it's so blind.
It does look like a hockey stick. You've probably heard of the hockey stick.
Mm-hmm.
You mean the one that was literally shown to be a lie? That one? Have you heard of that? Did you realize that? Did you realize they've shown that data was manipulated? They fucking lied to make that chart. Did you know that?
It does kind of look like a hockey stick. And, so the
Have you heard of
paleo record doesn't really support the historical record doesn't show anything like last century. Now, let me be clear. The argument in favor of carbon dioxide is not that you can't go into the historical record and ever find anything like that. That's not the argument. The argument, as I laid it out, is we know carbon dioxide.
I'm sorry, dude. Sorry, Andrew. Acting like you won't see this. Pardon me, dude. And everyone who agrees with him. But, you know. Shit has to change. It's a fact. It's not okay to cost society. It's just like closing down society. Oh, we'll close down the economy. Fear, fear, fear. It's literally just constant fear is what is being spewed. Oh my God. From all angles to basically convince you to give energy from you to them. The ones in control, whoever the fuck they are. And why are we doing this? What, so they can, like, run the world? Be all fucking dudes. It's our world as a collective. We make our own decisions individually, and when others try to dictate, it doesn't have positive outcomes.
Traps heat. We know that. That's fundamental physics. We know we're adding carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. That's fundamental physics. We know the Earth is warming, and it's warming about as much as our theories suggest. So a lot of...
Dude. About it. Like, oh my God. The things that were suggested would be chaotic and happening, like, already. I'm pretty sure we're past the point of being just constantly wrong in all of the models to a point where we can say, okay, maybe it's not all pretty much accurate. Maybe it's not 100% accurate so far. There's certainly some hiccups in our assumptions, basically showing that there's no way for us to in any way determine climate over long periods of time, because we can't even predict the weather. You know, we realize that now 10 days in the future is a little too much chaos and unaccounted for variables. So when we try to predict 100 years in the future, maybe it's a little short-sighted of us. I don't know. And maybe we shouldn't form policy that ultimately takes from you. See how it always comes down to taking from you? Taxes. Limits you. You cannot use this technology anymore. You must use the more expensive and costly to society choices that we have deemed to be the better choices, and we're better than those other choices in the past. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to this green technology because we care about the environment even though we're destroying it constantly. And fuck the people. Who cares about them? They're not part of the environment.
What this is it's just kind of a shiny object to distract you. Like, let's talk about Greenland melting in 1930. That's a distraction. It doesn't take away from the fact that
That's true. Climate change is one such shiny object to distract us from people literally right now trying to fucking start World War III. right now. Oh, U.S. Did you guys see that? U.S. is like, Biden's, my sixth sense has kicked in. My spidey sense. I didn't know he had a spidey sense. But he's got a spidey sense. He's like, my senses tell me Russia's gonna strategically perform a false flag, which is our common modus operandi. But don't pay no attention to the fact that we're clearly telling you what we're going to do, and then that we're going to blame it on the other country because, well, they did it because we told you they were gonna, and then they did it. See how that happened? They just fucking did it. And so now we're gonna do all the things that we wanted to do, like start a war and spread democracy throughout the land. Oh, what a system. Oh, what a system. It's not corrupt, no. It inevitably is not corrupted.
Humans are warming the climate, and that as the climate warms, Greenland's going to melt.
It's so corrupted, oh my god. Anywhere it's spread, it's so corrupted that all of its like offspring countries are already corrupted. They try to spread democracy everywhere, but how they do it is by just basically putting in someone of their choosing and doing it that way. Bravo. Democracy at work. It really deserves to conquer the world. I can see why you really are probably confused that other countries would resist you. Pardon me. Please, after you. This is not the kingdom of God. No.
Melt a lot more.
No, God didn't make this. United States made this world. You're right. Pardon me. I'm such a fool.
So there are these aberrations, and you look at long periods of time where it does get unusually warm, or it does get unusually cool. But what you're saying is, make no mistake about it, what's happening right now is unusual, and it's caused by humans.
I wouldn't say it's unusual. I mean, if you go back 60 million years, there was no ice anywhere on the planet. There were palm trees in Wyoming. There were alligators in the Arctic. It was a different world. It was
Pre-expansion. Like the poles were not in the same place.
also a high CO2 world, by the way, and that's not a coincidence. So
Earth also used to be like Venus. So there's that side of things. There is likely some remnants of a past atmosphere.
So I wouldn't say it's unusual. What I say is
Although that's not when the Earth expanded. When the Earth expanded, it was basically like Earth. It was habited.
humans are driving this warming. And, modern human society with millions of cities, of millions of people, and trillions of dollars of architecture, of infrastructure, that's maybe 100, 150 years old. We've never experienced the kinds of warming that's coming.
That's coming.
It could.
We've never. It's hilarious. Oh my.
Could be a terrible, terrible ride. Nobody really knows. And, and let me be clear, I'm speaking now as a parent, as a citizen, not as a scientist, because science doesn't tell you this. My opinion as someone who knows a lot about this is I don't want to run the experiment. I don't want to see if Dr. Koonin is right and the impacts are small. I think we should take action. And the key thing is we can take action at very low cost because, and we haven't talked about it, fossil fuels are incredibly expensive. Not the price you pay at the well, but the cost to society is extremely high. So, we can take action at low cost. It's a risk. We should do that.
We need solutions, okay? say it's fossil fuels are like, they're not even, first of all, another thing, they're not even fossils literally created by the earth. So much we don't know. That's wrong. Like, evidence shows, you can look it up, it's created by the earth. It's not fossils. Oh my god. I mean, it's all part of the process. It's like a step, okay? So we're going up some stairs, and we step on the fossil fuel step, and then the next step, maybe he wants it to be, we step completely on solar and green. But it's not inherently a step up. It could be a step to the side that actually leads like down a cliff. Because we have needs, you know. It's like, oh, we shouldn't meet our needs. Don't meet your needs. Yeah, if people are being fucking wasteful assholes, flying throughout the world on their private jets alone. Oh, everyone stop what you're doing. We have a problem. I mean, what the fuck? How are we gonna listen to someone like that? It's not a persuasive argument. I guess that's my problem too, though. I don't have my shit together. What the fuck?
So I'm speaking, again, that's my personal opinion, not as a scientist, because science doesn't tell you that. That's my personal opinion as a citizen.
What I'm saying about it being unusual, not that it's
Extreme is right, and the impacts are small. I think we should take action. And the key thing is we can take action at very low cost. Because, and we haven't talked about it, fossil fuels are incredibly expensive. Not the price you pay at the well, but the cost to society is extremely high. So, we can take action at low cost. It's a risk. We should do this. I'm speaking, again, that's my personal opinion, not as a scientist, because science doesn't tell you that. That's my personal opinion as a citizen.
what I'm saying.
We're literally taking action, though. Like, people are taking action. They're thinking it through. They're trying to figure out what we can do that will actually get us out of this fucking problem that we have. But we don't do it by just like imposing restrictions on one another and like forcing it. Go.
Thing about it being unusual, not that it's not unusual in terms
It's happening, dudes. I guess I gotta think the same way.
of like historically over the time that the earth has existed, but I mean,
Like, people don't value me. I'm literally thinking all the time about this kind of stuff. Not this exactly, but like ways out of our holes that we find ourselves in. So you're welcome. You know, hilarious, honestly.
that there's this moment where it's very
Like the hole that I think about that people don't think about because they don't fucking know about it. That this planet is not eternal. And, there may come a time we gotta get the fuck up out of this piece. And so maybe we shouldn't be all concerned about the climate while we're bickering about things. What happens when shit really gets real? And we got a problem, like, on the way. Oh. The climate we were really concerned about. Looks like the environment beyond ourselves has a greater influence on it than we do. We just gotta go with the flow, like that grain of sand.
Very clear that human beings are doing it.
Yeah,
That's-
yeah. If you mean unusual that way, I would
So-
agree with that.
And that this is very measurable.
Absolutely.
So-
There's no debate in the scientific community about this.
So what can be done in terms of having an impact on the fossil fuel consumption, and what would that do to this overall model of global warming or climate change, I should say?
Yeah, well, okay, so we know basically how to decarbonize our economy. I mean, we can do it. And in fact, if I have a good
Go
slide,
on.
which I think really, probably up front, which really shows this. I will keep talking while I look for this. So yeah, we know how to decarbonize. Oh, can you go to slide 37?
It sounds like de-life our economy. It really does. Considering life is based on carbon, it's kind of comical in some ways.
So, fossil fuels have already lost. So they're already on their way out. This plot is the ERCOT.
I
So
didn't realize this was a thing they were trying to win or lose at, though.
ERCOT is the Texas grid, and this shows the power that's getting connected to the Texas grid by source. And the horizontal line shows the different sources, and the bar.
Oh my god. Where is this? Oh my god. 2022. What is he referencing though?
Bars are different years. Don't worry about the different years. You can see nobody's hooking fossil fuels up to the Texas grid. There's a little bit of gap.
Oh my god. Oh my god, this poor Texas grid. Oh my god, the stupidity.
Yes. But it's mainly wind and solar, and there's actually a little bit of battery. It used to be, if you looked at older years,
This can't be the fucking Texas grid, is it? Like, as a whole, it's 61% solar in 2022? What? I don't understand.
they had coal as a separate category, but nobody's hooked coal up.
Oh, this is what they are adding. This is what's being added. Okay, it's not. I'm just like, what the fuck? Yeah, that doesn't make it, dude. It's because people like yourself, no offense, are biased and fucking in control of shit and making things happen that are like this. It doesn't mean it's fucking the answer. Oh my god. Obviously fossil fuels are not, but we shouldn't be just like switching to this more expensive shit when there literally are advancements in society and science to be made that could make all of this obsolete tomorrow. What a fucking waste of resources that we just spent all this energy and time and effort to create things that were fucking useless tomorrow. All the while, those things that tomorrow could have been here fucking years ago. Don't blame me. Talking about giving a shit about the fucking climate, and you motherfuckers got these punk ass solutions. Punk ass solutions. Ain't shit. Solar. Come on. Batteries, especially batteries. They're just not. They are not reliable. we literally need a new technology of battery to be so different from our conventional batteries that they really don't even resemble batteries, and what they really do is just store the energy produced by focusing particles into collisions to produce larger particles, because we understand how the universe actually functions at some point down the road when we start to listen to people who may or may not actually understand what the fuck they're talking about and be trying to get through to people over and over and in different ways, but people don't listen because they know better. Oh, pardon me.
Up to the grid in so long that they just lumped it in with other, which is zero.
Keep
Can't
on
believe-
wasting. Look at this fucking waste. Oh my god. It's just like, it's literally what happens when we're in abundance. Oh, we can waste freely. We can freely waste all we want
See how big
until we can't, though. I'll tell you all about that someday.
solar's impact.
Yeah,
is.
no, I mean, this...
I would have
now-
never guessed that.
Yeah, no, so fossil fuels have already lost. And the reason they've already lost is they're expensive. You know, people don't
They're
want...
literally free, practically, because we don't have to do anything. We just gotta burn them, get them out of the ground and burn them. Sure, the get them out of the ground part is maybe somewhat expensive in some ways, but it's literally, it's just there to be extracted. It's not expensive. Sure, it's expensive, and pollution and things of that nature. Sure, we can talk about that. But as Steve Koonin mentioned, like, it literally increases the foliage, the life on Earth. The plants are greener, and if we plant trees, they can store carbon. We just need to replant a lot, and maybe figure out a new technology in the meantime and stop worrying about this shit, because this is not the solution. It's just a waste of time, waste of energy, waste of money, waste of resources. It doesn't have the potential that the resources that have been allocated to it have really, it cannot be the next step. Sure, in a small world and localized system, people can get away with solar and batteries, but that's only for now. What happens as the price of batteries goes up, because they're limited resources too? And guess what? They aren't, once you buy them, it's not like they're forever lasting. They just decay. They just don't function eternally. Every single use, and there's so much potential of just shit going wrong with them, and sooner or later they're useless. They literally become useless, and you need new ones. And as the economy goes up, and well, the price goes up as the economy goes down. As the price goes up, because you know, resources are more and more scarce, because we're fucking frivolously wasting them. Frivolously, like fucking millions of dollars. It's like $50,000 an hour to fly a plane, a jet plane, at least like 20,000. Now imagine every stupid football game that's had like 5 jets. We just spent like 150 grand to fly these stupid Look at how great we are. We're America. We have jets. Oh my god, dude. Who's paying for this shit? The same motherfuckers, you and I, who are gonna pay for this carbon tax bullshit that's ultimately what will be attached to this general agenda of the shit being spewed, because someone wants to tax people every way possible get their fingers in every angle with your consent. When one way to get your consent is to convince you to give it freely. Oh, we should make sure others are not causing the climate to heat up. We could tax them. You know, maybe we should. That would probably help. And then with the tax money, we could do things that are certainly not other things than helping the climate, and certainly won't have adverse effects if we do any like geoengineering. That's for sure. There's no adverse effects that could possibly come from just spewing particles into the atmosphere now, because we have to be very, very concerned about the future. So the best course of action is to just destroy everything. That way nothing is at risk of harming us.
If you're building energy, if you're an energy producer, you're going to build the cheapest energy source, right? Mm-hmm. So it's wind and solar, and that they're winning in the marketplace. And if you go to
then argument done, dude. If that was a fact, it's not. Argument would be done. Like, no one would be using these things. It would be like, oh, what are we doing? Sure,
if you go to the previous slide, so at this point it says renewables will account for 95% of the growth in global power generation capacity.
It says renew.
literally just using political agendas as an evidence for the political agendas is not evidence for anything. What does this have to do with the global warming? Oh my God. It just shows the focus. Look how ridiculous that is. Like, that's just waiting to be destroyed so rapidly. Oh my God. The need to repair that shit. Oh my God. What in the fuck? How much, I'm picture like 50 years in the future, society is too strapped to do anything. So these things become completely dilapidated and just like falling into the ocean. People taking boats out there to collect resources as much as they can freely because no one gives a shit anymore because they're on the fucking ocean and like, what in the fuck are we doing?
Renewable energy has another record year of growth, says IEA, and then another record year for renewable energy despite COVID-19, blah, blah, blah. 290 gigawatts of new renewable energy generation capacity, mostly in the form of wind turbines and solar panels, has been installed around the world this year, beating the previous record last year. On current trends, renewable energy generating capacity will exceed that of fossil fuels and nuclear energy combined by 2026. I would have never guessed that.
Yeah, I mean, this is new. So I'm not, I mean, this
Where
is...
are these solar panels located that are gathering up this much power?
I mean, they're everywhere. It's rooftops, it's large solar plants.
This is not so. Oh my.
So you're talking about in Texas or in
Yeah,
the world?
I mean, anywhere. Let's
Yeah, I mean,
just say
it's everywhere. In California, they're...
This makes me think of COVID statistics that are just manipulated to portray a particular outlook.
about to put solar panels over
Like, specifically new power plants say. Maybe there's not many new ones because they're all established. And there's a lot more new, like, solar panels being installed because they are not established yet. And so they can portray the numbers in this way and have it appear like, wow. But the reality is, like, percentage of total output wise, it's still a drop in the bucket. And if we try to make it more than a drop in the bucket, it's going to be like Texas, but globally. There's going to be problems everywhere that are really demonstrating that maybe we should have, like, listened to people who were like, you know, even though fossil fuels are, like, causing pollution and other things, maybe an imbalance, we'll say, in the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, maybe, versus if we weren't doing it. I forget what I was saying. I totally forgot what I was going to say. Let's just keep going over.
A canal. There's lots of space to put solar panels. So, for example, I would love it if they put solar panels on the parking lot outside my building, because when you walk out in July and get in your car, and it's 300 degrees in there. Not literally, but it feels that way.
Yeah.
And so I would love to have, there are lots of places to put solar panels that don't affect use at all. Rooftops, parking lots, canals. And so there's lots of space to put this. And, it's all...
They just need to be better. That's part of the problem. Like, if they were, like, completely optimized. But it's just a new technology. Let me explain. Solar requires the sun. It's pretty simple. Other technologies that extract energy from the cosmos, he was saying the usual suspects, where, like, the biggest celestial object was the sun. That's like saying, like, there's a fire, like a raging fire over there, and I'm sitting very close to it, but there's a small fire relatively nearer to me. And I'm like, it's kind of hot in here. It must be that small fire there. Like, there's other sources of energy than the sun that are more massive, that influence even the sun. What was he saying?
100 degrees in there. Not literally, but it feels that way.
Yeah.
And so I would love to have, there are lots...
And those sources of energy, they pierce through the clouds. They come from all directions all the time. They literally cause gravity. Gravity is caused by flows of particles in all directions, essentially from the infinite cosmos, that are traveling at approaching an infinite velocity and in an infinite abundance, because they are infinitesimal relative to our particles, to the point where when two objects are in those flows, they block a portion of the flow to the other object, and that causes a low pressure between them, so they move together, and that's gravity. That's how gravity works. If we put a lens that focuses the flows from the cosmos that cause gravity, it's not gonna, like, focus all infinite flows, but if we can just get it good enough to tap in, to, like, extract energy freely with a fucking lens, dudes. Not moving parts, not some fucking engine. Not a solar panel. It's got all these, like, problems. Oh, it did crack. Oh, it's fucking ruined. Your panel's ruined now. Literally. all sorts of problems with solar panels surrounding like issues where like their output is like cut in half because one panel had some issue or more. Like fucking useless. Batteries, same problem. A lens that can just tap into the flow that's always present around us all the time. Might not need any of this shit.
Lots of places to put solar panels that don't affect use at all. Rooftops, parking lots, canals. And so there's lots of space to put this. And, you know, it's already as cheap. I mean, you can make an argument that maybe it's not cheaper than the cheapest fossil fuel, but it's very close. And if you look at the trend is so steeply down, you know that in a few years, renewables are going to wipe out fossil fuels.
Now, what about when it comes to automobiles?
Well, I mean,
That is literally just completely politically created. It's not like organically occurring, what you just said, where renewables are going to wipe out. It's by the political movements of people like, what we should do is... Like, if everyone was just silently going about their business, we would not be seeing what he just said.
electric cars are much better than internal combustion cars. If you ever driven one? I don't know what you. Okay,
I have a Tesla.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
yeah. So
But-
I mean, it's much better than an
I
internal.
mean, unless you get in a car accident. Which, by the way, autopilot does. I mean, fuck's sake.
Combustion.
The way it's been explained to me is that there's not enough minerals to support the production of enough vehicles that are
Thank
made
you, Joe.
simply with electricity.
Voice of reason.
Yeah, you know the people make.
Who cares? What matters is that we have to follow this path of this is the way.
I always find it ironic that the people who make those arguments are often people who will then tell you, the free market works, and we should get the government out, let the market. So what does the free market do if?
Yeah, dude. It does. It just needs the right inputs. Sure, it doesn't work eternally if we don't have the right inputs. But neither does society work eternally if we don't have the right inputs. And these things ain't the right inputs. That's the problem. They're not helping. They're literally costing.
Cobalt becomes rare. So people are smart, and the free market will innovate. They'll figure out.
Maybe they'll create lenses that can specifically produce the whole spectrum of the periodic table by focusing particles in the right way from gravity. I mean, to the point where you can just freely say, I want water. So I'm going to turn this device on, which moves the lenses in position and then produces water that just fucking drops out of thin air. And then, you don't, that's enough water, thank you, device. And so you move it back and it's fucking no more water because it's not focusing them together anymore. I mean, who knows what potentials are there if we really start to work out how things are and not just how we think they are and like maintain preconceived notions as a society and just sit in our current steady state equilibrium and accept it as good enough. Because if we don't take that next step up as at some point good enough, we're sitting there and it's kind of like the floor begins to melt away over time if we're just sitting in position, and until some point it starts to bow, and then finally we break through and fall down to the next steady state where we then like kind of vibrate on it. And we're there, and if we're just, this is fine too, I guess. fucking fall again and just keep doing it. Or we can say, no, maybe we should make it all the way, like complete the circuit, make it to the top, and then we can probably be pretty good there for a while. For a while.
Ways to substitute other minerals for that. They'll figure out. I mean, the market will innovate its way out of this. If you believe in the free market, you believe the market will find some solution. So I don't know the
I
exact.
think they've scaled it though. This is what's confusing because I think I've read something that said that there are not enough rare earth minerals to power electric cars for every person on Earth. That it's physically impossible. That they don't exist in terms of like the ore, the whatever the mines that we currently have that are pulling these things out of the ground.
Well, I mean, look, I would be very skeptical of that. Remember when they said we were running out of oil? Yeah, this is like
That's a different thing, isn't it?
You just said we're running out of oil. In terms of that, we're moving on from it. Well, why are we moving on from it if we're not running out of it? Because it's... I mean, we could surely do it better.
I mean, we've been extracting oil for a long time. We've only been making electric cars for
right. But my
decades.
point's about innovation. So innovation.
Sure.
So if it turns out there's some there's some mineral, make it or some element, cobalt or something like that. The engineers are smart. They'll figure out a way around that. I mean, I can't leave this way. I can't really speak authoritatively. This is not my area, so I can't give you an authoritative answer. But I generally believe in the free market, and in this case, I think the free market will work to solve that problem. But I mean,
That's an interesting statement. That would suggest that the rest of what he's speaking was, in his mind, from a position of authority, which is interesting to think about, that people openly would have that perspective of themselves, perhaps. I mean, I'm an authority. You ain't heard, but I'm a fucking...
I'm not an expert in that, so let me just say that.
Right, but that's a key problem here, right?
Well, certainly, if you want to scale up all of these renewable energy sources, you have to be able to build it. And I do think that one of the concerns is not so much in the availability of these rare earth elements, but more in where they're located and how they're mined. So a lot of them are, in Africa, and I do think you don't want to create problems where the mining is.
Right.
And so I do think that's an issue.
Rare earth magnets, mostly made of, say that word, neodymium.
Neodymium.
Dymium, are widely seen as the most efficient way to power electric vehicles. China controls 90% of their supply. Oh, great. Prices of neodymium oxide more than doubled during a 9-month rally last year and are still up 90%. The U.S. Department of Commerce said in June it's considering an investigation into the national security impacts of neodymium magnet imports.
So something follows supply and demand. Someone is like, we're going to make a lot of electric powered cars. And so we need this. And someone's like, we weren't selling this so much before, but now we seem to be selling more and more of it. And, supply and demand. And the U.S. is like, don't you dare try to supply and demand this. This is very important.
Yeah, I mean, let's say you're a battery manufacturer in the U.S. You realize that if you can figure out how to make a battery without that compound, you're going to be rich. And so so once electric cars pick up, the innovation is going to be extremely...
Who cares about being rich? Let's just fucking fix the system, then we're all rich. It's pretty simple. Because no one's rich if anyone's poor, really.
Impressive. And the reason I say that is not because, pie in the sky, because that's our history. That the history of environmental regulations causing advances in technology You see that all the time. Just that plot of the price
Oh my
of solar and
God.
wind.
In spite of the bullshit the government does, we still succeed. That's how the reality is.
That's driven by concern for climate change. Yeah, it wasn't just like it happened to happen then. It happened because people see renewable energy as a future. And so there was a lot of work done to produce that energy more cheaply. And I think that's what's going to happen with electric cars.
But subsidized. It was encouraged by governments putting money into shit that's not actually. It's like betting. It's gambling. And it's not the government's money to be gambling with.
I know that there are some theories and there's some
Especially when they're fucking wrong.
concepts that they're working on in terms of like making these batteries more efficient and making these batteries quicker to charge and last longer. But I didn't know that there's new tech.
All you need is a lens and maybe a small battery. Like all the batteries that we have, like a cell phone battery, could be replaced by a lens that just constantly charges a much smaller battery. If it even needed to have charge, because it may be a sufficiently constant flow to be just powering, but I mean, I don't know, they need to draw power that's variable, so they probably need some form of battery. But the potential to reduce the stress on batteries by having like a constant power source that's just a lens drawing energy from the ether, basically, is pretty good. And like a car, then an electric car is much more viable having batteries, because it doesn't require a fucking massive battery array that in an accident could like take flame, and chemical flame, not just fire. It's fucking chemical fire. You want your car to have a chemical fire when you have an accident? Like, it's silly.
Technology in terms of like different minerals that are more common that could be used as batteries or in batteries.
Yeah, I mean, there's a huge amount of research. I mean, I'm not a battery person, so I really can't speak on what the cutting edge of batteries
But
is.
something
I worked in batteries, let me say. It's all shit. It needs a completely new technology, not just lithium. Something utterly new. To the point where it doesn't resemble batteries beyond just that it literally has anode, cathode, and electrolyte membrane kind of thing for allowing crossover and of something. Or it's just like literally like a fucking a tank of energy in a way that's like somehow stored within a container that then can be tapped, like gas or whatever it may be. But where that tank is refilled by it literally comes down to we have to tap into the ether. And the way we do it is by understanding its flows of particles. It's not just sitting there. If we know its flows, then we know we can lens those flows and focus those flows. Which really, honestly, it literally resembles society on a profound level. Like our need to focus our flows into a single point to essentially create a macroscopic higher energy system.
if it
But-
was innovative, would change everything.
Right. And I mean, the thing you gotta realize is that's extremely valuable. If you're a company that makes batteries and you can come up with a different compound, something like that, that
If you make what I just said, first of all, kudos, but also second of all, this ain't about money.
that's gold, you
Right.
know. And so they're going to do that, and that's the way innovation, the free market works.
So that's a hope, but this is something that's a necessity, right? Like,
Share. That's what it's about. It's about sharing. Sharing is caring. If you make it, first of all, you can thank me later. And second of all, give all of it back to society because it's not yours.
if we are going to use
all of ours.
electric
It's all
automobiles
of
for every
ours.
Yeah.
person on the planet, this is a necessity. And right now, there's just a hope that the free market steps in and finds some sort of a viable solution.
Well, as of right now, there's enough of these minerals. I mean, you can go.
There is?
And
Sure.
if someone does make that shit and tries to make profit off it and pretend like it's their own, I hope all y'all out there who are giving them funds fucking realize oh, yeah, they're so innovative.
Well, as of right now, you can go buy a Tesla. I mean, the question is, can
yeah,
we?
but they're very expensive. Like if somebody wanted to go and
Exactly.
buy an electric
They're
car
fucking
and they were on a very
expensive.
tight budget, there's a lot more financially viable options that are for
They have no established system. It's a pain in the ass to get any repairs. You know, once you made the purchase, thanks for your purchase.
industrial
Yeah.
for internal combustion vehicles.
Yeah, no, that's right. And I do think that you'll see the price of those come down because that's the way the market works.
Well, actually, what is a Model 3? A Tesla Model 3 is like, it's not too bad.
It's like, I think
I
like
think they
40, I
start-
think like 40K.
I think they start somewhere around then, and that's an amazing car for that amount of money.
He's specifically using the term, I think.
40?
5.
45.
Just
so a
wishful
little bit more.
thinking.
So it's not the cheapest car.
No, but you're
it's,
right. Most of the electric cars are they're
Other electric cars are significantly cheaper because they're not made so flashy. It's very much flash and chic look when it comes to Tesla and some functionalities that are unique, but when they're not ironed out.
aimed at a market for people who are concerned about climate change, you know, people who would otherwise be buying a BMW.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's been sort of the effort by the manufacturers to make a middle sort of a lower price point car. But I will say, you know, the most exciting things for me is Ford and their
the dollar bills, y'all, and they just sell their expensive ass cars on the back of just this wave of marketing that's all green, and people behind the movement of green technology will just like be fanboys and just really gather momentum for this movement of a flawed technology that they don't understand.
F-150 truck.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, you live in Texas. You know that
Yes.
you pull up to the light, every other car is a F-150, it seems.
And did you see the new commercial they had during the Super Bowl of the Chevy Silverado that's electric?
I did not see that, but I heard about all the electric car commercials.
They pissed a lot of people off because they used the Sopranos
Same.
theme song, and then the kids from the Sopranos were in the ad. But the car, the new Chevy Silverado electric,
Yeah, she was a little smirk as I said same. It's things like that where I'm like, oh yeah, we're connected on deep levels.
looks amazing. It looks cool. It looks like, see if we can find like a photo of it. It looks like a Silverado, but it looks like futuristic. There it is. Like, look at that thing. That's electric. That thing's sick. It looks like a Silverado, but just a little bit more streamlined,
That's
a
nice.
little bit more futuristic.
It's funny, all the established car companies are like, well, All right. We knew it was not economically viable, but we do see all this marketing that you guys spent to get like a sort of a flow there and the demand to basically make it so we'll release some options too and see how that goes. Everyone's testing the waters with their cheaper cars because they know how to make fucking cars. No offense, Tesla. It's just you guys are new in the game, you know, and you got established competition that just knew it was not financially viable to them, and who now see it as potentially financially viable because the market has been so fed by this.
Oh yeah, and if you get in and drive one, it's like, get rid of my internal combustion engine car. I mean, they drive better. They're cheaper to operate. You have lower maintenance issues.
But like I said, I have
Battery-powered race cars. Sure, they accelerate better, but do they have a manual stick that you can shift and push the clutch in and fucking do the motions? And dudes, the motions. No. They take all the fun out of it.
I have a Tesla, and I have the stupid one. I have the
Put in new fun share where you can just accelerate. Well, now I'm just going fucking fast. That's really...
Plaid.
All
It's
right.
ridiculous. It's the most ridiculous car I've ever driven. That's the one car I would never get rid of.
So have you ever actually gone somewhere and like accelerated, done the quarter mile as fast as it can?
What do you Of course I have. How dare you ask me that question? Yeah, it's preposterous. It's 0 to 60 in 1.9 seconds.
Yeah.
I had my kids in it the other day. I'm like, are you ready?
It doesn't mean it's better technology. It's actually, why would they even want it to do that? I would not design it to be so ridiculously able to just fucking extract massive energy from. I mean, god damn, how much power does it cost to go to 0 to 60? Fucking hey, I mean it's pretty much as much power as they can get out of it. That's the thing with batteries, is they can look better than combustion engines in a lot of ways easily. But they just don't have... I'm just thinking in my head about the potential of a stick with like lenses where you shift how many lenses are engaged, creating some kind of like internal star and fueling the car engine or the UFO engine. I mean, UFO technology ain't no fucking batteries. It ain't no combustion engine. That's another thing. Like, UFOs exist, so what are we doing? Why are we fucking making battery-powered cars like we're kids playing with remote control cars, when we know there's better technology that we've seen? What the fuck are we doing? How about let's work on that? Shit. You know? I mean, they literally know themselves to be God. That's why they're here. They're like, what up, dudes? Maybe not all of them. But they got UFOs, that means they know what's up, dudes.
Like, let's go. And it's like, when you accelerate on the highway, it's...
Meaning they made it to that, like, they made it. They aren't at some intermediary step where like, we're good enough. Okay, let's fucking all in fossil fuels. No, okay, not fossil fuels, all in renewables. Okay, this time we're serious. All in renewables. Looks like that wasn't enough, because they sucked. technologically. They were not actually the answer. They kind of look like maybe they could be, but in reality, they didn't scale. They were equally, if not more, damaging to the environment in their own ways. And maybe that's the case with metal lenses that can like extract from the particles that cause gravity. Who knows what kind of effects that could have? I don't know, and what kind of weapons could be created. I mean, by fucking assholes trying to control the world. Not by persuasion, but by force. Because there is a difference in communicating to the point where we're all on the same page and just saying, you know, we ain't got time for that. We're all on the same page because we're all on the same fucking page. Because that's what they're trying to do. And if you don't fucking go, you just get ran over by that bulldozer. Unless you're big enough. You've grown enough to be like, look at that bulldozer and be like, what are you guys playing with toys for? Huh? Why are you all so small playing with toys? We gotta go that way, bulldozer guy. Turn the bulldozer around and grow him. Expand the bulldozer. Okay, bulldozer, you're going that way now. See what happens.
Literally like you're on a roller coaster. You
Yeah.
can't believe it's that fast.
Yeah.
And it's silent.
Yeah, yeah.
So like when you pass people, you don't even feel like a douchebag. Like if someone's, if you need to merge in traffic, it's not making a loud noise. You're just going, wee.
Right.
It's a much less aggressive way of like merging with traffic.
So do you drive with full self-drive on?
No, I don't trust that.
Yeah.
That seems a little sketch.
I
I'm
agree
sure
with
it's great, but I've done it a couple times just to show people, like, watch this, doop, doop,
I'll be back.
and then like, look, it's driving. But
Okay. Back.
So do you drive with full self-drive on?
no, I don't trust that.
Yeah.
That seems a little sketch.
I
I'm
agree.
sure.
I'll just keep going. I'm just thinking if I want to just stop. Because Okay, I have 30 minutes plus this is almost 2 hours. So it's not 3 hours, so that's fine.
It's great, but I've done it a couple times just to show people, like, watch this, doop, doop, and then like, look, it's driving. But no, I keep my fucking hands on the wheel.
Yeah,
I don't.
that's smart.
It just doesn't. I mean, I get it works, but it's like you don't want to be a statistic.
Right. And it works 99.9% of the time.
Not enough.
But it's that 0.1.
Yeah, it's like I want to. If I see someone acting weird up there, I want to slow down. You know, if I see some guy who looks like he's drunk, I want to move over. You know, I don't want to just zone out.
Right.
But I used to use it when I come home from the Comedy Store when I lived in L.A. And I used to use it for that reason because I was tired. Because, you know, I'd come home, it's like 12:30 at night. I'd just get on the highway, go doop doop, and just for 10 minutes, just relax.
Yeah.
You know, put my hand on the wheel, but I'm just driving straight, and there's not that many people on the road. And it's a little bit.
Yeah,
more
I think on the
relaxing.
highway is where I would probably trust it the most.
But
you
even
don't-
then, when you see someone acting weird,
Yeah.
like you want to, you know, sometimes you want to drive defensively. You want to make maneuvers. And,
Yeah, the human brain is really amazing at its ability.
Does any human I don't know if maybe not touching the steering wheel, but if you apply the brake, I would hope it turns off the feature completely. Although you may accidentally hit the brake not intending to around a corner, and next thing you know you're crashing, so it may not be completely optimal. I don't know. I wonder how it reacts to your own controls, I guess. It makes me think of the lane sensor my parents' car has to the sides when there's a car in the blind spot, it'll beep even. Sometimes it's unreasonable that the beep's slow, and it almost is distracting, and I'm like, what are you beeping for? Literally, what? And I wonder if there's similar distractive elements to the autopilot of Tesla. Never used it, I don't know how it works when you control it and how it responds to things.
Ability to assess situations. You just wonder, the AI is not there yet. Maybe it'll get there at some point. But.
Yeah, I don't think the AI is going to spot drunks that good. Because, like, I'm good at spotting a guy who's either on a phone or drunk. Where then, they're kind of like drifting a little bit. I'm like, this fucking guy. And I'll either slow down or I'll get ahead of him. I generally like to slow down.
Right.
I like to keep my eye on those fucks. So
This guy, it's funny. Every female I hear talk about drivers says lady or something of that nature, and assumes female, and men assume male usually.
yeah, electric cars are awesome. I'm a big fan. And if they do innovate and figure out some sort of a way to, I should ask Elon about that actually, like what they're going to do, what the plan is in terms of like mass distribution.
I should ask Elon.
So, yeah, electric cars are awesome. I'm a big fan. And if they do innovate and figure out some sort of a way to, I should ask Elon about that actually, like what they're going to do, what the plan is in terms of like mass distribution.
Oh my.
Yeah, no, I think, I'm sure he's thinking about it. And,
He has to be.
And,
He's probably got
again,
an idea.
the person who cracks it will be rich.
Well, yeah, one of the possibilities, and it sounds really ridiculous, but one of the possibilities is asteroid mining, right? I mean, because they've found these asteroids.
Possibility.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that a lot of the stuff that people
If we make UFOs, maybe UFOs are asteroid mining.
talk about doing in space is going to turn out to be a lot more, that may turn out to not be economically viable.
Too difficult.
Yeah, it's too,
Yeah.
I mean, you have to go somewhere, get the asteroid, bring it back, mine it. It's a
Right.
hard problem.
Yeah. Okay. So that's automobiles.
Push it into the planet. Fucking don't look up.
The elimination of coal
That
power.
would have been funny if, like, as they were about to, like, influence it, they realized they didn't have to, but then they knocked it on course.
Powered plants
Oh my
and these other
God.
things that are putting CO2 and particulates into the environment. Like what can be done about those things, and how long do you think it would take to implement them, and what kind of a impact would that have on the overall effect that human beings are having on the climate?
Right. So let me begin by saying nobody talks about shutting all this stuff off tomorrow. It's like,
Right.
we're going to shut this off tomorrow. There's debates about how fast to decarbonize. My personal view is that this is sort of a multi-decadal problem that you probably I think it's not unreasonable to shut down all the coal now, but the other stuff you probably want to let run out until it wears out. And then you just don't replace it with fossil fuel infrastructure. And, that's certainly achievable.
What are the offenders in order? Like what's the...
So coal is the worst greenhouse, or the worst fossil fuel. Someone I know calls coal the enemy of the human race.
Do you remember when Trump called it clean coal?
Yeah, so there's some people on Madison Avenue that's like, how do we rebrand this? Clean coal. It's alliterative.
But it's like the least clean thing you think of. You think of like grabbing coal, you getting it everywhere.
Right.
You think of it being in the air.
Yeah, so coal actually kills millions of people from air pollution around the world every year, tens of thousands of Americans. In addition, it releases the most amount of greenhouse gases per joule, per unit of...
That was some COVID statistic. I mean, people die, and then to say coal did it that sounds a lot like what I've heard with COVID.
of energy you generate. So it's really, so that's the worst fossil fuel.
Not to say it's not bad. I'm just thinking as an engineer, chemical engineer. Something of that nature may be able to have the contaminants stripped. And that is probably what the exact specific definition of clean coal is to burn it, extract the energy, but then maintain the particles within the system and not have just this smokestack releasing the particulates. Then it's more reasonable. Obviously, burning particulates into the air is probably not in our best interest.
And we want to get rid of that as soon.
But like, neither is a nuclear plant that has a reactor meltdown. Which, I mean, we literally have seen. Oh, nothing could possibly happen. Fucking nature happens. God happens. God's like, nothing. Are you sure you've built this to specs while ignoring all of these problems? It looks like, people aren't being treated equally. There's an imbalance here that's present. The system tends towards balance. It's really that simple. We want to build a tower to the sky. The system will tear it down and bring balance. It's kind of like a droplet that there's just a body of water, and then the droplet for a moment goes up high, but it comes back down. And while it's up in the air, it is no longer part of the system, and so the overall system drops in its total energy state, which isn't balanced. It tends to balance. Nuclear power, if we think that's reasonable to just start doing and ignoring people's concerns, and maybe I have a lot to learn regarding myself. I'm just thinking of things regarding my efforts and how all of this ties to me and is likely demonstrable of the depths of my hypocrisy in ways that only time will tell.
As soon as we possibly can.
And the American.
But I knew better. I did it anyway. Did the same shit. I knew better, did it anyway. Maybe I didn't truly know better, but I think I know better. I'm not sure until I really know better. Then I'm like, oh.
Americans that are dying from it, they're dying from the actual coal, from poisoning in the air.
No, it's so coal puts out these chemicals, these small particulates. They often are referred to as PM 2.5, it's particulate matter with a size less than 2.5 microns. And if you breathe those in, those actually go deep into your lungs and get into your bloodstream. And there's lots of studies which show that coal, that if you live in very polluted air and you're breathing it in, you'll have heart attacks more frequently,
Are you drinking enough water? Because if we the same thing, if we think the same way. When we take the water in, it enters into our body, goes through our bloodstream, goes into these same places, and because it's water, it then becomes saturated with particulates such as those, and extracts them from the system, and then they're fucking gone. But if we're not drinking water consistently, those particles sit and build up and build up, and next thing we know, are blocking our particles from the energy that they need to survive. But we can flood the system with water and cleanse, water cleanse, drink enough water. I'm only this much into the day, so what am I talking about? The water, it's clean. If it's water that's not clean, like it's saturated already, it may not be as useful to the body as just like a truly clean water that's able to flow in and cleanse.
Strokes, all these health impacts associated
Like
with
this
that. And
this coffee,
you know,
on a real subtle level, is bringing the particles within it. So when it reaches its final destination, where these particles of my own that I've taken in, that I have not gotten out, that are building up within me like plaque, when this coffee goes through my body and is cycled through, maybe it doesn't have all of the particulates within the coffee extracted completely, and so those particles reach my cells in the same way and aren't able, the water itself isn't able to extract because it's already saturated enough where it's not as useful. For sure, we shouldn't be putting particles into the air, but there is a potential solution of drinking enough water. Not to say that's a solution, because we should definitely stop putting particles in the air that are... it's pollution. That's the problem. Is pollution.
it's tens of thousands of Americans every year from coal. And, this is something, again, the anti-climate people, they don't talk about it. It's not something that supports their case. So they just leave that out.
Where is this happening the most in this country? Like, what's the most polluted by coal?
I'm just pro-truth. I don't give a shit what the truth is. Sorry, not sorry, dudes. Just want to say that. Point it out. I'm technically someone who could be labeled anti-climate or a climate denier. Because I don't fucking believe it. Because it ain't so. So, I mean, give me all the labels like that, but they're not. That's not what I'm about. I'm about truth. I don't give a shit what the truth is. I generally accepted this in the past. It's not like I'm uninformed like other people who are uninformed because they don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. It's like I'm speaking another language because they ain't heard.
That's a good question. I don't know exactly where it is, but it's anywhere that's downwind of a coal-fired power plant. And
Let's find that out. Like places in America most polluted by coal. I'd never heard that. I didn't know that many people
Yeah,
were
you know-
dying from coal poisoning every year.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call it coal poisoning. I would call it air pollution because it's really,
But
it's really.
direct.
I love it. Well, I wouldn't call it I just call it air pollution. I just generically tie all air pollution to what I want to be the cause to promote what I'm saying. And voila.
Directly result of coal.
Exactly,
you're saying.
yes.
So it's
Yeah.
coal poisoning.
Yeah.
Coal
Yeah.
poisoning sounds better.
Yeah, I mean, it's
He's making them say it's coal poisoning.
Air
when-
pollution sounds like it's inevitable.
I'll tell you, that's a good branding. Coal
Marketing.
poisoning. Yeah,
Coal
it is.
poisoning.
It is. That's
Yeah.
exactly right.
How about make T-shirts that say "fuck coal" and just put like an asterisk over the U?
I would wear that. If you, yeah.
What do we got, Jamie? Anything?
That's. I don't think that list is super prevalent, so I'm trying to find it because it's just bringing up a lot of like these coal plants are contaminators.
Right. Is there
It's
an
not gonna be a-
area in North America most polluted by coal?
I was also going to say the way I googled it, it's probably going to give me a small city. I googled U.S. city most coal pollution, but like that's not they're not in
Right, but
giant cities.
But even that small cities, it might be enough to, kill thousands of people. What do we have for? Is it giving you a list?
a place in Indiana.
What's that called?
I mean, this story was written in Evansville, but I think it's just outside of that.
Evansville. I know somebody from Evansville.
I was like,
every-
can you go to slide 50? This will blow your mind.
It says
Okay.
there's 7 coal plants within 30 miles of this spot.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, you do not want to live there.
Holy shit. See what that sky looks like. Google
There's a video of it.
Evansville. Who the fuck do I know? I know someone from Evansville.
My cousin lives
So I don't know what part
Whoa,
of this video
that is nasty. Go back to that again. Go back to the beginning again. Give me some volume on this. Let me hear what they're saying.
Southwest Indiana has some of the worst air in the country. People are suffering there.
I think the air quality stinks. You can feel your chest on a daily basis, how difficult it is to breathe.
There was a fine dusting of ash. It was all over the kids' play set.
These streets would be just black with coal. All the way up through the courthouse square would be covered with coal.
Like they said, there's 7 fucking coal plants around this place. It's all concentrated as fuck. It's kind of like what we do with a hospital. Oh, with all these illnesses, put them all together. Watch with a nursing home. Oh yeah, all these very highly susceptible people should be concentrated together. That's on us. That's not on the fucking coal.
Dust.
It's the sacrifice zone. Those folks have been blistered with particular.
My point being, if we could participate in some cleansing of the particulates, because it is particulates, which are air pollution. Not good. We shouldn't be putting air pollution out as our product and not in any way having to pay for it. Like, just freely doing it because it's, like when that's a business, when we're trying to make essentially this is a company trying to make money burning coal, which they then make money at the expense of society by putting pollutants into the air that are clearly not good. We shouldn't put fucking literal particles of burned materials into the air. But that doesn't mean we can't use coal completely. Like, it's so ridiculous. If it fits into things, I mean, just be fucking smart about it. Don't be assholes about it.
Particulate matter knocks and socks and acid rain for decades.
There's an inherent conflict between fossil fuel industries and public health and the environment.
This is such a weird one after the Koonin interview.
Our future generations rely on our protests here today.
Be darned if we're going to let anybody tear down our lives in eastern Kentucky.
I think these conflicts aren't going away anytime soon.
This is why we gotta support one another. Like he was saying, don't let anyone tear down our lives. Like, they got jobs. You know, when people come in trying to change shit, they got jobs. We gotta, like, have a plan to actually support everyone, which relies on people. We really need to convince one another to give to an equilibrium so that we just freely can be. Because, like, sure, maybe we shouldn't have these coal plants, but, like, what are they gonna do? We gotta give a shit about what are they gonna do, and, like, the solution is they gotta be at least, like, have a safety net in place where they don't fall from fucking, because they don't have the energy source anymore, because the system is a sham. It doesn't actually give a shit about people who aren't productive. Oh, you're not productive? That's too bad. You can get the bare minimum, but you're gonna have to agree to this. All these stipulations that come with you being a burden because we set up society that way. Fuck that shit while people ride in yachts, like billion-dollar yachts. Like, why are we accepting this? We don't have to. Then people, like, having these concerns could be, like, able to survive as they are and find a new way to effectively assist society at large and one another in the ways that they want to, are able to, that they choose to, rather than by the pressure of, oh, you don't have enough money? Well, guess what? You gotta do this thing that you didn't actually want to do at all, or you're literally a slave now. Did you know that you're a slave now? Sorry, we convinced you that it wasn't enslavement to be paid a wage in exchange for your time and energy, but it's just an accord. You know, circumstances are, you know, the world is, you gotta earn your keep, buddy. While some people, what the fuck did they do but get born into a world where they had all the energy already freely accessible to them? It's all circumstances that were unjust and need to be rectified. Like, we need a balance where everyone's equal. You need food. You need to focus on food. Like, why don't we have a military and not like a farm terry, like an army literally dedicated to farming? Where the fuck is that? It's literally ridiculous. Oh, we gotta fight. Oh, so we're gonna waste energy that we don't have in an infinite quantity. We only have so much energy. So what are we gonna do about it? We'll just waste it. Why not? Fuck it. We'll make obsolete technology that will be an utter waste in the near future. Expend billions of dollars that could have been used to bring equilibrium in society to try to promote an agenda that's not even true. That's the whole purpose, is to steal from you and convince you and persuade you to be okay with it. Shit that says otherwise doesn't make it to this dude's radar or anyone's radar because it's blocked out, not because it's not true. But it's just literally blocked out. No, you can't get in here. No. La 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 la.
What is this documentary?
That was it.
It's
Super
it's
polluter.
called. Is it called America's Super Polluters? That's horrible. When you just look at the sky from there. So these poor people that live in this area. You scroll up so I could read that, please. No.
There's so many levels. So many levels. I mean, so like people fucking make decisions. You know, not every single one who moved into that area was born into that area. Maybe some of them moved after is even like that, you know. You know, like we make our own decisions sometimes. It makes me, not to say everyone. I know some people there were born into it, especially the children. They have no say in the matter. They're just born into that shit. They can't even move away. They are literally. But some people, you know, they just didn't do the research. And that's something to be said. Like, we should be doing our research. Are you doing your research? You know, making all these decisions, maybe not completely informed. Not to say I am, but I do know everything. I mean...
No, I'm sorry, down. Evansville, Indiana. See,
not every little thing, just everything. There's a difference, I know. It's understandable. Don't be confused. Everything is actually nothing. So what I really said was I know nothing. I do know nothing, though. Nothing's pretty interesting. I really wish you guys would get close enough to the black hole of nothingness to really be pulled in and be like, wow, there's something here. Oh, there's nothing of any benefit to be gleaned here except for nothing of every benefit. It really has a lot to fucking learn, you know, but hey, you know everything, pardon me, guys.
To see one of the country's largest coal-fired power plants.
That was a little unsolicited of a speaking. Also, part of me, as I use your guys' conversation as some way to like interject my own thoughts. It's just, hey, to where we are in life, I feel kind of like I'm like Anne Frank. Like, I can't come out and play. People don't want to. People ain't vibing with me. It's like metronomes. Most people are we're on like a surface that can transmit the energies between the metronomes. And we're all kind of just, most people, they're vibing with one another. You know. Me, I come along, I'm like, I don't even know. Or maybe I'm just literally like a fucking pillar and they're just like, dude, this is weird. Like, I don't like this. Maybe. That would be crazy, like a fucking completed circuit from nothing to infinity, where I'm spanning the entire distance to a point where there's a connection made, and so it's much more like a pillar where people are maybe not so connected across the full spectrum, so their connections maybe are pillar like within a certain range. See, this is what I'm saying. I don't vibe with people. People are offended listening to me talk like that. How dare he?
Head northwest from the this Ohio River City on east, because there's another
That's physics.
in the region. In fact, nearly every direction you go will take you to a coal plant, 7 within 30 miles. Collectively, they pump out millions of pounds of toxic air pollution. They throw off greenhouse gases on par with Hong Kong or Sweden. Industrial air pollution bad.
I mean, that's just ridiculous. 7 within 30 miles.
For people's health, bad for the planet, is strikingly concentrated in America among a small number of facilities like those in the southwest Indiana.
It's like a colluded effort of genocide practically, when it's like, maybe we shouldn't put them near well, that's where the workers are, so we don't want it. It's just cheaper for us to do this. That's probably what happened. It's just cheaper for them near some major, either where the coal is from or where it's imported or brought to. So it's just easier. It's so much easier if we just do it all in one location.
According to a 9-month Center for Public Integrity investigation. Wow, this is horrible. Look at what this says here. It merged 2 federal data sets to create an unprecedented picture of air emissions. They found that a third of the toxic air releases in 2014 from power plants, factories, and other facilities came from just 100 complexes out of more than 20,000 reporting to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. So how does the EPA allow those plants to stay open? I mean, if you're looking at what these people are saying, where they've got a fine dust of mist over their child's play sets and the streets would be black with coal, like, how is that possible? How are they allowing that?
I mean, have you seen our political system?
Yeah, it's fucking a dust over your children's play set. I can feel why that would be a little questionable, to just be allowed to persist.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a lot of our politicians are essentially.
But it still comes down to literally just fucking fix the way you strip particles from it, and then it's just steam, or whatever the fuck it is.
Wholly owned subsidiaries of ExxonMobil, and they do what's in the best interest of fossil fuel. Let me show you I have a good slide.
Subsidiaries of ExxonMobil, which are owned by the same. See, that's the thing, is all this shit's owned by the same people anyway. Like,
that shows that. Can you go to 48?
It literally doesn't matter which solution we have, it's owned by the same people, except for new things. New things make those which were owned by people in the past to become obsolete. Sort of like the battery technology, people who own those things, their companies are going to be pretty obsolete when that shit is obsolete.
And just in Texas.
And maybe even the investors behind all this shit, when all this shit is just literally obsolete, that would be sweet. Please let that be so. It's like a fucking patch to the game. Totally switches the meta.
There are 2 bills. One bill, this is the state of freedom where people should be allowed to do what they want to do. Well, some communities had the audacity to say we don't want any drilling in our city limits. And of course, the Texas state government stepped in and said, oh no, you cannot rule your own life. We rule your life for you. And this is
a fracking bill.
That's right. But I mean, it was really a drilling bill. So they said you cannot drill in the city limits. They passed a law and they said you can't drill in the city limits. And the Texas legislature came in and said, no, you have to have drilling. If people, we're not going to let you ban drilling.
Okay, so it's a...
Yeah, that's some bullshit. Fuck the government. It's pretty simple. Fuck the system. Fuck the system.
Is saying that Texas needs to avoid a patchwork of local
It's used as an avenue for people with power to get what they want. That's really that simple. Why would we let people use this system as an avenue to get what they want when it goes against like other individuals, when we could just have it where it's like individuals functioning with other individuals? And so in order for individuals to interact with other individuals, they have to communicate and come to an agreement, rather than a system that can just steamroll and say, fuck you, we don't care what you have to say. Peons, and do what it wants. 'Cause that's not cool. I mean, for sure, we shouldn't be just like gung-ho about this shit either. They're like, oh yeah, fracking for sure. You know, it's almost like people who disagree with the green movement become like ultra in favor of anything that's like, fracking. Fuck, guys. Are you guys serious? Do you even know what the fuck you're doing, fracking? Oh, it's just gonna break up the earth? Don't worry. We don't know what we're doing whatsoever and what the ramifications could be. This is why there's a new earth ready, waiting, unfortunately. It's called Venus. It's in an incubation period, because we're pretty much fucking this planet so hard. And I mean, I guess it's just how it goes, and that's how particles are. That's how the light around us is. Like every electron that we see becoming excited and creating the pixels of reality around us all the time in the infinite universe is also a star supernovaing, a planet. You know. So in order for our reality around us to be observable, systems must be supernovaing. Electrons, the things we call electrons, excited electrons, supernova, create our reality. So I don't have the greatest, the more evidence I see, is what I'm getting at, is it appears that we literally didn't give enough of a shit about our planet. And what are we fucking doing? Like, we don't know that the earth expanded. But we're fracking. We don't know how earthquakes work. We don't know what the fuck is going on. But we're fracking. To a point where we're like going against people's actual wills locally. I mean, it has ramifications physically. You know, me, I'm talking. I didn't do anything. I didn't come into your fucking area and create a power plant or start fracking against your will. I just, started speaking as I was given permission to do so. I might add, mind you,
regulations that threaten oil and gas production. Governor Greg Abbott on Monday signed legislation that would preempt local efforts to regulate a wide variety of drilling-related activities. So this is different, though, than the coal-powered plant. Drilling is fracking and drilling for oil, and also natural gas, right?
It is different from coal, but the idea of what's happened is these fossil fuel producers, as they become unpopular and uneconomic, they're looking to legislatures to rescue them. So the same people who, and these are often Republican legislatures who talk about...
God, it's fucking crazy. As they get fucking stiff-armed out by subsidies and lies and deception and bullshit and literal fucking lies. I mean, these are not the best answer, but it's just like there is two sides to the coin. There are fucking lies being spewed and there's reason. Sure, it should be cleaner. Definitely fracking is a fucking last resort. I don't know why we're fracking when we're literally not in a Mad Max world. Like, that's some greed. Yeah. Some fucking company with the means and the person behind it making the decision, that's frack. They ain't fucking fracking. They're paying that dude to frack. And all those people they're paying because it passed them thing where they make enough money, so they're fracking. See, like, we can't even do that in a world without money. Like, who's gonna frack for someone else in a world without money? They're like, fuck you. I ain't fucking doing that hard-ass labor. You do it yourself. How much fracking is gonna get done then? That's the reality of the situation. People doing this shit, making the wrong decisions to frack. They ain't doing the fucking labor.
Freedom, but they're happy to take away consumers' freedom if it supports the people who give them a lot of money. And effectively, that's what happens. These fossil fuel companies are so powerful now politically that they can get legislatures to pass laws.
And then that dude does the fracking. He knows it's not the best, but he's got family to pay for. It comes back to like the same thing with that coal company. Like, yeah, those workers are like, dude, we have jobs. I have fucking family to feed. What are you doing trying to get rid of my job? Like, they got a fucking point. They have short-term needs that are not going to be met in the matter. I mean, sure, in the long-term matters too, but we gotta meet short-term needs too, and the way we do that is by redistribution of wealth. It's to a point where, like, the system is able to, like, catch people when they have issues, like... So, like, that dude's not fracking. He's not having to frack. He doesn't have to make the fucking decision to frack to feed his family because some asshole is sipping their fucking whatever on their yacht saying, you know, I need a bigger yacht, and the best way to get a bigger yacht is to frack that area that I don't live in.
To force consumers to use them.
We let that happen. Money is not good. It's not in our best interest. I've mentioned that in the past. I'd recommend you check out the things I've mentioned in the past. I have a lot to say. Money is fundamentally not efficient. It's like entropy. It's conversion of energy. Why are we wasting energy when we can recognize this is all of ours? In fact, we're all one. So no one owns any of this, and we gotta share. We can build structures to make it appear as if, I own this and you own that. And, in order to get some of this, you're gonna have to do this thing that I want you to do, even though you don't actually want to do it. But hey, do you want to survive? Well, yeah. That's what happens. Oh, isn't it money great? Oh, look how efficient it is. I had a chicken. He didn't want a chicken. I wanted a pair of shoes. He had a pair of shoes, but didn't want my chicken. But I traded my chicken for some money. Gave that money to him. Boom, I got shoes. Boom. Fucking chicken shoes. It's like magic money. Or what if I just was like, here, dude, take my chicken. And some other guy was like, here, dude, here's some shoes. And that's how we functioned. No waste, dudes. And then guess what? Who gets shoes? The guy who's, giving a shit about others. Not the ones being assholes. Maybe I'm an asshole, so maybe I don't get shit. But time will tell, huh?
Or at least to force them to continue to allow them to be extracted. And if you go to the other side, there's another Texas law where they said Texas passes law banning investments with fossil divesting businesses. So the state of Texas won't work with you if you divest from fossil fuels. And again,
what? So they passed a law banning investments with fossil divesting businesses.
Well, the
so
state,
does that mean
the state won't work with a company?
So the state won't work with a nuclear company, a company that's making solar?
No, imagine you have a bank, and the bank says we're going to divest all of our investments from fossil fuels, and they make a statement that.
Yes.
Then state of Texas would not work with them in some capacity.
Oh,
it's not like you have to use fossil fuels, but if you make a statement that you're divesting from fossil fuels, you're off the list from Texas. And again, in a state that, is based on freedom and companies making decisions for their shareholders, these companies that divest, they're making business decisions.
Right.
They're saying
Texas won't invest in these.
That is a fair point. I mean, it's about freedom, dudes. But we gotta talk about this when we're doing some shit. When we're taking action, we should probably talk about it first.
Companies that divest.
Right, won't work with them.
Won't work with them.
And so, And
the idea is that this is probably good for the economy. That's how they're looking at it in some way, or is it just that they've been manipulated by special interest groups?
Well, I have my theory about that.
I'd love to hear your theory.
Yeah, my theory is that these people care about getting reelected, and I think that one of the things that helps them get reelected is getting a lot of money from fossil fuel companies. So I do think that drives it. I also do think that being pro-fossil fuel in a primary in Texas is probably an advantage. But that doesn't take away the fact that, the state is moving to curtail freedoms to enforce fossil fuel use, basically. And This is a state where, we believe in freedom.
Right. This is not Indiana, right? Evansville, Indiana, the place that's the worst with the 7 power plants in a 30-mile range. How does that happen? Like, how does anybody allow that to take place?
Well,
and is there any effort to try to stop that from taking place?
Yeah, I mean, certainly you saw that march. I mean, people are mad about it. There are lots of people who, so Obama, he had something called the Clean Power Plan, and the Clean Power Plan would have essentially eliminated coal-fired power if it was written in such a way to explicitly cause coal-fired power to basically not, there would be no more building of coal-fired power plants, and it would really have caused them to be phased out pretty rapidly. That got hammered in Congress. It didn't, or actually, it wasn't a bill. It got hammered in the court system. It got sued. All of these states sued. It went through the court system, and it got overturned. And, it essentially got abandoned.
And the states are presumably suing because there's some sort of a financial interest by the people that are putting these politicians in place.
Yeah, that's basically right. I mean, I don't have a slide of it. You might be able to find it by Googling. There was an article, I think it was North Dakota, was canceling a lot of wind leases in order to prop up their coal. So people who had leased space to build windmills, wind turbines, I don't like to call them windmills, they were going through and they were canceling these leases in order to save the coal industry.
Is there any sort of technology that can extract the particulate matter that these coal plants eject into the atmosphere?
That's a good question. I don't know. Oh, yeah, that's it. That's the article. Very good.
How coal holds on in America. In North Dakota coal country, officials rally to save a coal-fired power plant at renewable energy's expense. Look at that. Is that real? Like, look at the disgusting smoke that's pumping. Imagine living there and seeing that pumping into the air where you're raising your children.
Yeah, no, I would not want to live downwind of that thing. I would say, though, most of the smoke is probably water vapor.
So, but there is some particulate matter in there. It's
definitely putting a lot of crap into the atmosphere. And a lot of carbon dioxide.
It's just stunning that knowing what they know about Evansville.
That's literally what distillation processes are for, is to separate the components from the exhaust so that it is clean. It just costs money. It requires more and more stages the more you want to separate. But it's not unachievable. It's just funny. Literally, it's like, I don't know if there's a way to clean it. Like, you're gonna talk about this as a major problem and not even know if it's like because they're not fucking stripping the particles that like they should be doing. Obviously, they're just being fucking cheap about it. Yeah, when we're cheap assholes about it and make cheap shit. Oh, fucking cheap results. What a surprise. Instead of blaming the fucking product, it's like a gun. A gun is just a gun. Can't blame a gun for people fucking wanting to shoot people. Yeah, don't buy one then. Don't support it. Don't have a military. Get rid of the fucking military. I don't have a gun, but I don't see why they should be restricted. They shouldn't be promoted either. Same as this fucking shit. It's like, oh, they should be restricted. Oh, they should be promoted. It's like a counter that's equally fucking ridiculous. Maybe I'm a counter that's equally ridiculous, but hey, equal opposite brings balance.
But that hasn't been, they haven't put the kibosh on that.
Well, it goes to show you, I think, in our current environmental or our current political system, a lot of people don't have a lot of power. It's districts are gerrymandered.
Yeah, pretty much
there's no
one has fucking power, guys. By our choice. We literally, right now, the moment you watch this, you can say, you know what? Every moment forward, I vote on my own decisions. I vote on how I want reality to be. I don't vote in this fucking system. In fact, I recognize that by voting in this system, I'm taking my vote away. Because I'm voting in one moment every 4 fucking years. Oh, how very impactful my instant of influence across 4 years was. That's how they fucking maintain the power. We let them. We literally just let them. We don't have to let them. In the same way as how you won't just let me get through to you. You don't have to let this shit happen either. Just because it's in power. It's like it's literally just circumstances. But it's all mafia. It's not in anyone's best interest. So it's pretty simple.
Limits on campaign giving. And essentially what it's done is it's taken away power, especially from a lot of these coal plants are polluting the poorest neighborhoods. If you go to Houston, you look around like the Ship Channel, the most polluted places are the poorest places. Those people have no political power at all. And they could go talk to their representative and he doesn't give
Sort
a
of
crap.
like the water in Flint, Michigan.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly the same. Those people have no power and they can't lobby, they can't.
Because we won't give it to them. Because we sit around being complacent. Good enough. This won't melt through and decay into a fucking... Well, we plateaued, guys. I guess we're going back down. Like a wave. Everything vibrates. It's a pendulum, right? Ding, 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 ding. I guess we fucking reached the furthest we could go. And now we're going back.
Maybe their representative is pushing it, but there's not this groundswell of support in the rest of the legislature to do something about it.
So when we're thinking about fossil fuel, we can't just think about the effect that CO2 has in the environment in terms of warming. We have to think about the effect of the particulate matter and the pollution and what it's doing to people.
Far more particulate pollution than anything. Literally pollution. Yes. Matters. Literally, it is matter. It matters. It's particles in some instances. I understand carbon dioxide is considered matter also. It's just a little more reasonable considering it's something we ourselves exhaust as well as that plants intake. So yeah, it makes a little more sense as not being considered pollution when it's part of the life cycle.
People's health.
Whereas, particulate material is literally pollution because it's not part of the life cycle, is probably not in our best interest to be intaking on a regular basis. I'm sure it has adverse effects that we're literally not realizing because they don't instantaneously happen. They're subtle. Subtle things are hard to notice until they become overwhelmingly noticeable.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. So go to slide 50. This is actually, I think this will blow your mind.
Thank you.
This is a study that came out that in 2018.
He must have been talking about me, right? He was talking about me. Thank you.
Fossil fuel air pollution was responsible for 1 in 5 deaths.
Worldwide,
not in the U.S.
That's crazy.
And a lot of those were in places like India that have...
People fucking die. People died prior to fossil fuels. It's not like we were eternal. Oh, look how perfect we are. We're perfect beings. And then someone's like, let's burn fossil fuels. And then, oh, why am I decaying? Oh no. Like, we had issues already. Yeah, maybe we are eternal. It's possible. And, this is one of many issues that we could have that reduce our life duration. But it's not the only such, and some can be much more important that are much more about underlying how we treat one another and whether or not the system is in balance. Because there was a time when we lived longer. It's written.
really, really terrible air.
Is that the place that has the worst?
Probably at this point, I would say it probably is. Delhi. They have a lot of two-stroke motor.
It's documented. That's more accurately put. It's been documented. It's just a matter of if you value the documents as sources of information. Fucking people trying to convey information to the future. Like, hey, you guys probably won't fucking quite understand, but we'll do it as best as we can. Telephone game. Hey, they just say shit. This is what's up. 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 Oh. And live for 437 years. I mean, well, that couldn't be taken literally. Of course not. No, you guys are right. We shouldn't take it literally. They couldn't possibly be suggesting that they live for different durations than we currently live. There couldn't be anything to that whatsoever. We must be wrong. They must be wrong. They were just foolish. I understand now. It all makes sense now. I've come to understand they were just foolish. And the truth was, it was all a lie, and there's nothing of value in this book. The end.
And things like that really put out a lot of...
Although it actually is significantly more accurate historically because it acknowledges that the earth expanded, specifically by acknowledging that the flood happened when the earth expanded, when essentially the earth's rotation caused a magnetic field, which then caused particles to collide at the center of the planet, which the magnetic field was composed of, where they physically flow through the body in a gravitational figure 8 orbital. And then they collide at the center and then become larger particles, and they can't get out of the internal casing that they find themselves in, even though they were able to get in when they were smaller particles. Now they're inside, and it starts to build up pressure inside, until one day rupturing and the earth expands, and then water floods the planet, and it was about in time of Noah's flood duration, much more significantly closer than we realize historically. I mean, the Bible, much more accurate. Hate to say it, hate to burst the bubble, guys. It knows much more about history than we do, just in that mere fact, because according to us, Earth history, utterly false. Everything we have to say is false. It's hilarious. Oh my God, because it doesn't acknowledge the reality of the situation. Is that the Earth expanded, and it was recent, and it was exactly in the Great Flood time, and that is the cycle of planets, and that's how it goes, dudes. And sometimes we gotta just fucking wake the fuck up, dudes. Reality situation is wake the fuck up. Sometimes it has to happen. It's time to get up. It's time to get up. It's time to get up. It's time to get up in the morning. My mom used to sing that.
A lot of crap.
Can you scroll down, Jamie, so we can see what this says?
No, that's
it.
a screenshot.
Oh, I'm
you
sorry.
could Google that, but go to the next slide.
okay.
Go to the next slide. Saying this is the other point. So, in addition to pollution deaths, let's go through the litany of terrible things about fossil fuels. So there's climate change. There's pollution. It's killing millions of people. It also is bad for the economy because of the price swings. Now, we have electric cars, so we don't really care. But if you own a gas...
Why is his whole discussion focused on the fucking energy sector and the technologies in use rather than the actual... What the previous conversation was focused on was the climate. I know. If that's what we're talking about, It's because it's already taken for granted in the scientific community that the basis of all this is so, and it's just not so.
Car, the price is going up to $4, goes down to
You guys gotta
$2.
sign up
That's
for my
economically.
university. Don't worry, no charge, free of charge. All you gotta do is allow me to radiate upon you. It's pretty simple, meaning you gotta be present. Listening is probably good. I know I'm a little hard to listen to.
Destabilizing. And in fact, we know that a lot of recessions have been caused or they've been started by price swings from fossil fuels. So it's really this economic, if you have no idea what you're going to be paying, it's hard if you're a business owner or a citizen to make a decision. It's like gas is $2 a gallon. Should I spend money on tuition, or do I have to put money in the bank because I know gas is going to go up? I mean, you don't know what the price is, so it's hard to do it. Can you go to the next slide? Oh, no, don't go to the next slide. So in addition, fossil fuels are a national security issue. So, we invaded Iraq. Why do we do that? We did it twice. So we did it because of the need to maintain stability in the oil markets, especially the 1993, 91 invasion of Kuwait and Iraq. And the thing I realize is even though we don't import a lot of oil from those places, the price of oil is set.
We are one people, by the way. Something that happens when we form these systems of government where we divide that which is one. One. We are one. Undivided, really. Undivisible. Indivisible? One nation, indivisible, God. God is undivided. God is all. And truth.
By the international market. So if you buy a barrel of oil from West Texas, the price of that is set by the entire world. And so that gives people like Vladimir.
I gotta love God, which means loving all. Gotta give a shit about all. Really.
Vladimir Putin gives people like Saudi Arabia the ability to manipulate the price of oil and hammer our economy. So for example, 2 years ago in 2020,
no, that we actually use this fucking trash system that's outdated is what allows any of that shit to happen. We are one people. It's about 7 years. 7.5, almost 8 years since that was scientifically demonstrated. So, get with the program, dudes. It's time to move on. We're one people. Let me go back to that alarm thing.
Saudi Arabia and Russia got into a price war, drove down the price of oil. The price of oil, the oil futures actually went negative here for a few days. And that actually obliterated the Texas oil industry. I mean, there were layoffs, there were bankruptcies. It was really hard economically. And so from a national security standpoint, we don't want those countries to be able to hammer our economy by manipulating the price of oil, which they can do. And if you look right now, Putin is sitting on this big gas supply that goes.
They just have a fucking ridiculous storage that they could just unload and make it so cheap that they have to pay people to take it.
Goes to Europe, and
it's clear fucking manipulation. It shouldn't happen. It really should be a fucking free market. It's some bullshit, dudes. They're literally trying to extract as much as possible from one. That's what we do. I need to get mine, so I'm gonna try to extract from everyone else as much as possible. Everyone's doing it, and you know what happens is it all funnels to like a few people who just happen to have circumstances where they were dealt better hands. Because we're playing some bullshit game that ain't actually about our oneness, and is more about just playing the game.
There are all these implied threats about gas supply being sent to Europe, and Europe is, they need the gas, and so he's got his hand around their necks, and that's not a good situation to be in.
So this is not a thing that we can look at in terms of a compartmentalized problem. Like
Absolutely
there's just
not.
one problem. There's all of these things chained together, and they cause a cascade of issues.
That's right, and you combine that with the fact that we can switch. It's not like this is terrible, we don't have any alternative. I mean, if we didn't have any alternative, I would fully support fossil fuels because we need power. But we have an alternative that's not that expensive. People have done the studies. We know solar and wind are reasonably cheap. You build some dispatchable power, even though they may be expensive, build some nuclear plants. We could largely get off fossil.
Dude, stop with the nuclear plants. I literally don't want to fucking hear another word about people daring to fucking suggest a nuclear plant is a reasonable idea. Oh my god, the potential for fucking shit to go wrong because some fucking people just build it, and then they're literally talking about the city surrounded by coal plants that those people had no say in the matter. Oh, there's a nuclear plant. Oh, great. Oh, yeah. We don't really there's a nuclear. No, shut up, and it's the best solution. It fucking meltdown. Oh, good fucking job, guys. We didn't see it coming. We didn't see it coming. It's so bad with technology. Like, come on. If it requires us to prevent meltdowns, then it's not a good. No. To the point where, like, a fucking city could be destroyed pretty much. I mean, like Chernobyl. Like, what the fuck, guys? Why would you support this? Oh, well, we can make it better. And then other unaccounted for variables will come into play. But fuck that. No, it doesn't matter. Fuck. I mean, just the thought of time on nuclear plants. Like, what happens when they get fucking no maintenance? Like, this is all in our prosperous, perfectly functional world where nothing could go wrong, no matter how many times we fucking strip energy from one another. We're flying so high, who cares? We'll just, whatever. Oh my god. What happens when the government can't even take care of shit because it's no longer able to sustain itself? So it has to collapse to a smaller system because there's no more inflow because they already fucking extracted everything. Everyone's so poor that it's in our best interest to stop taking from them. We're sorry about that, everyone. We didn't do it. It was the other guys before us. We weren't. Because that's what governments ultimately do, is they enter a functional system and say, this is a nice place to take from. I'll have a little bit of that, a little bit of that, a little bit of that. If I just build a system and begin to cram it down everyone's throat until they accept it. I mean, I need a good way, maybe a military. I'll pay Joe over there. Joe, not you, Joe. Pardon me. I'll pay Joe. We're gonna need you to come on over. Just don't worry. Hold this gun like this. Okay, just stand there. Just stand behind me. You don't need to shoot anyone. Not yet. Maybe. We'll see if anyone opposes me. You know, if they seem a little adamantly opposed, get a little, yeah. You know, I don't want to get hurt. I don't want to get hurt, so just be ready, okay, Jim? Joe. It was sorry if I forget your name. You don't actually matter to me. You're just a means to an end. Joe, if I'm gonna be honest with you, I might as well tell you. I want to steal from everyone, so you want your cut or what? Okay, you can run the military then. You're cool, Joe. Maybe I will remember your name since you know you're on board with what I'm doing, Joe. Okay. Where was I? Okay, so from that river over there to that coast, and maybe that other river, there's got to be a river pretty significantly south, not too close. From here, then we can encapsulate an area, and that'll be Steveland. And in Steveland, Joe's the head of the military. And what happens here, everyone, just letting you know, here in Steveland, every amount of energy that comes to you must first, before you have access, pass through me, and I'll take a cut, and I'll give you the rest. It's only fair to maintain Steveland. Joe, could you make an example of this one? He doesn't seem very compliant. Little one, I'm gonna need you to accept by giving maybe 50%. I'm not asking for it all, dude. It's just like a cut, you know? Oh, you agreed? Oh, you agreed? They agreed to a cut? Oh, they agreed to a cut. Joe, foot's in the door, Joe. Hey, excuse me. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. We need a little bit more for Steveland. Yeah. We got roads to build here in Steveland. We're gonna do things. Don't you worry. Things are happening in Steveland. They're accepting us increasing the taxes. Oh, they just don't care enough. They're just like, fine, I don't want to deal with this. It's great. It's fantastic. Thanks, guys, for being lukewarm, fucking accepting, whatever the fuck. Did you need anything else? Maybe my asshole? I don't know. Pardon me, but you don't want to be up in there.
Fuels. There's some edge cases that it's hard. Trucks, international airline flights. You know, we don't know exactly how we'll decarbonize those, but you know, there's a lot. We could decarbonize the electric grid. You know, we know how to do that.
Well, just that Indiana area alone, with the 7 power plants within a 30-mile range, I mean, that seems insane. It seems like there should have been a solution offered up decades ago for that.
Yeah, there should have been. But, you know, there's a lot of, you know, look at, you know, it goes back to like our government. Look at the Senate. So in order to get anything passed at the Senate, you've got to get all the
Preach. Fuck the system. Is that what you're about to say? I think he's about to say fuck the system. Go on.
Senators voting. Forget even 60 votes for the filibuster. For reconciliation, they're trying to get the Build Back Better plan, which would have had a lot of climate stuff in. They couldn't get Manchin, Joe Manchin, senator from West Virginia. They couldn't get him to vote for it. So, I mean, that's the problem. The problem is dysfunction in our government. It is not it's not a science problem. It's not a technology problem. It's a governmental problem. And I think the U.S. over time is just...
It is, in fact, a technology problem. We don't have a solution. It's really that simple. These solutions are not good. Wind, solar. You guys, there's an infinite fucking cosmos. Like, which one do you think gives more energy? The one that literally creates the planet's existence by flowing from every direction? Or part of the planet itself by just being wind? Or maybe some like larger object, but still not really the infinite cosmos of the sun. I mean, the sun, like, it literally just takes clouds. Oh, there's clouds in the way. Darn. Guess we aren't eating today. We're gonna have to just make a fire today. There's no clouds in the air. Is it cold at nighttime? Sucks to be you, Mr. Solar Man. If only there were a consistent source of energy that constantly influenced us at all times. Every possible location we ever are. Oh yeah, there is.
Huh. Our political system is not responding to the needs of the people. It's responding to the needs of people who are very rich.
So this Build Back Better plan would have had something in there about
inclusive of rich in like ways where they are just in accord with the system. Literally.
Eliminating these kind of power plants?
Yeah, so the Build Back Better plan had a lot of climate policy, and I don't think it had anything that specifically said these must be eliminated, but there was a lot of spending in there that would have led to a lot of good climate policy.
Isn't the problem with these bills, though, that they slip in a bunch of other stuff that people don't want to have attached to something that may be good? Like, if you looked at the Build Back Better...
which is bullshit. Like, how dare they do more than one thing at a time? Oh, we'll just consider 40 things. So in order to change the thing that needs change, we need to accept your fucking bullshit? No.
There was a politician, I forget who it was, that held up the bill, and it was like thousands of pages, and he's like, do you think any of these people that are trying to pass this have read through this? And they probably haven't. The problem is the shenanigans that go along with politics, right?
Yeah, that's a political problem.
Yeah.
And people vote. I'm sure that guy, whoever it was, voted for bills exactly like that, the ones he thought would help his career and help his constituents.
Right.
That's an excuse of the day.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
We're guessing.
Or it's a fucking coming clean, dude. What the fuck? Why do you turn it on the dude who fucking points out the ridiculousness? Oh yeah, we just got this bill last night because they didn't want us to see it, and we're supposed to vote on it today, and it's 14,000 pages. Dudes, the system is utterly corrupted at that point when someone has managed to wrangle control of actual decisions to be blanket decisions and be okay, because clearly that's not fucking okay.
Yeah,
he might be very principled.
He very well could be. That's right.
You laugh when you say that, though. That's the
You're
world we're
laughing
living in.
too.
I know. I'm with you, because that's how goofy the world we're living in when it comes to politics.
It's really hard it's really hard when you see how these people behave to think that they actually have our best interest in mind.
And to think that this is all we have. Like all we're offered is like crap and crap and crap.
Yeah.
You know, it's like the idea of the free market in terms of politics has never really manifested. Like there's never been like some better solution to the way we handle things now. It's still large corporations that are influencing politicians to do things that aren't in the best interests of their constituents, and that's how they get elected. And when they get elected, they bullshit us, and they get into office, they still do the same thing over and over and over again. It's like a magic trick that we keep falling for. It's like Lucy pulling that ball away from Charlie Brown every time he goes to kick it. I mean, every time it's the same thing.
But I wouldn't blame us
as much. Like the United States, they were like, fuck UK, fuck England, we out. They fucking ran. They weren't like, we'll be right next door. We'll be across this fucking ocean away from you. Fuck y'all. Make our own fucking system. That's what they did. But it got corrupted, of course, over time, because it was fucking, it wasn't thought through completely, but they managed to do it. But now we got a world that's fully populated everywhere, has some fucking claim to it. This is country A. We're country C. C is here. Country C. Yes, I'm a representative of country 7, and we've decided that it is in our best interest for you to give us money. Thank you. And in exchange, we'll give you money also. We printed it. It has no value. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about it having no value because people think it has value. So because people think it has value, it has value. Even though it's not backed by anything anymore because we actually removed the backing, which means it's pretty much like a floor. That's just, it's like ice, really. We're about to fall through, and the thing is there's no water, so it's not quite like ice. It's more like a cliff where we're just standing on it, and we don't realize that the layer underneath us is very thin, and we're very soon really going to fall through and experience what happens when we take money off of the backing. We take what was there that we were standing on, and we say we're gonna have it over here now because we want it, and it's ours now, and we took it because we're fucking thieves. Because that's what goes on when you concentrate all this energy. Oh, look at all that pretty gold. It's so pretty. Can I just has it, please? I need the pretty golds. Well, maybe we can devise a plan to get the pretty golds, and they fucking do. Oh, we don't really need a gold standard for the money. Don't worry. It's as long as we talk, it will have value for certain. Just look around. Look at all the evidence. Evidence shows all currencies that are backed by words maintain their value.
I mean, there's a lot of things that the politicians do to sort of entrench their power. Gerrymandering is a classic thing. If they gerrymander correctly, your vote doesn't count. I mean, they've literally taken your vote away from you. And, you wonder, once you get into a situation like that,
the whole fucking system takes your vote away from you at all times.
How do you get out of it? Because you can't vote the people out because, they've literally said it, so you can't do that.
And the complex system that they put in place with, it's so entrenched, and these people are so, their roots go so deep. it's so hard. You see like these Nancy Pelosi characters, these career politicians. It's like, how would you ever get rid of these people?
Yeah,
They're so embedded into the system. And then you find...
I pulled out some weeds before. Let me tell you what. You would fucking double grab it. Fuck. They come out. And if they don't even fucking dig it out. Not to say she's a weed. Pardon me, Nancy Pelosi. But, the system's a fucking weed.
Find out how much money they've made while being a politician and making a fraction of that a year. You're like, how are you so rich?
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, and over time...
Just don't play it. Blame the player. Blame the game. Let's change the game up. That's all I'm saying. That's how you fucking fix that. Oh, how are you so poor? Oh yeah, that's why. I see. Makes sense now.
It just gets worse. I mean, my 93-year-old father lives in College Station, and
Not in this world though. In this world, how are you so poor? Because circumstances. Really that simple. Nothing to do with you. You didn't fucking make that decision. You're fucking bomb. You are the result of high pressure being applied to you, and I see it. That's what happens in this world. Physics, that's what happens. Then the people in control, well, they ain't under pressure, so they don't have that same shaping process occurring.
He was denied a mail-in ballot. I mean, he's 93. It turns out
the system does. That's not good. That's not fucking good for anyone. It's not like, I don't want to say it's an asshole thing. Like, that's just a matter of fact. When life is easy, it doesn't shape us as much as when life is hard. And you know, that shaping, it's like a sculpture. What do you want to be a fucking shaped sculpture, or just like a lump of mud still? Like, we gotta get it shaped, you know. Just not unevenly, is, you know, like fucking burst us under the pressure. That's the thing. Like, evenly distributed pressure, kind of like a bed of nails, then it's okay. Then people who are like lower than the pressure can grow up to equal state as everyone else, to essentially grow. But if we're like all uneven and shit, all the weight of society is put on the poor, who are literally pushed down. The pressure is on them. They're at a lower like elevation because there's actual pressure on only poor people. Significantly more so, in its own ways. I mean, we all experience pressure. It's just like literally the poorer someone is, the less they can make their own decisions. And if someone's beyond a point of poorness where they no longer can make their own decisions, they're too fucking poor. And that's not on them, that's on everyone.
He made a slight... They denied him because he didn't quite fill out the paperwork exactly right. And, I mean, my wife had to finally call and fix it. But, I mean, you know, they're making democracy harder, and this is all to entrench their power.
So what can be done right now that we're not doing?
Well, I mean, we just need to make a decision that we're going to phase out fossil fuels. I mean, this is, as I said before, this is a political problem. It's not a technical problem. It's not a scientific problem. It's we need to make a decision. We need a policy. And, you know, if you talk to economists, they will tell you we need to price, you need to put a price on emissions. So right now it's free to dump pollution into the atmosphere. You don't pay for it. Even though you're causing harms to all these people, you don't pay for it. And you need to price that. If you do that and you make people pay the full cost of their actions.
There it is. Make them pay the full cost of their actions, according to us. which is basically you give to us, and then we continue to freely function and do whatever the fuck we want, because we're the government and you have no say in the matter.
That would go a long way towards fixing the problem.
Well, I would imagine.
Fucking wake people up, dude. Incur the full cost. We do incur the full cost. Make them realize it doesn't fucking matter whether you realize you're incurring the full fucking cost and your decision is there.
Like in Evansville, it'd be non-profitable. I mean, it seems like the amount of money that those. I mean, there should be some sort of a crazy class action lawsuit.
Yeah, no, I learned about it today.
We make our own decisions. We gotta stop blaming others and move on. And don't fucking rely on class action lawsuit. Use the system. Fuck the system, dudes. It doesn't solve it. It just provides enough of a hush there, little one, to bring people to not revolt, because that's all it cares about is itself. It's not even alive. That's the funny thing. It's not even alive. We just made it up, but it doesn't have to be alive. It functions like a living system, and it feeds off of living systems. Who the fuck do you think it's feeding off of to become what it is today? Look at the trail of bodies this fucking non-living entity has left behind it.
Watching it same as you did. Yeah, that does seem like a terrible injustice.
So when you read a book like this that is essentially a non-alarmist perspective, you think that what this does is not just delays the inevitable, which is we do need to take a chance, but also puts us in a worse position because people are looking at it like it's not that big a deal, and by the time they wake up to it, the amount of issues that we have will
have a fucking clash. If that's how they are, oh no, we must do these things. Like that's how people are. Then this is a fucking clash, okay? Two waves going counter directions, colliding, and going up. I sure hope up. Maybe one up, one down. I don't fucking know, guys. Because this shit, when it begins to seep into policies and what you and I have to do, that's where it's a problem. Because it ain't so. And it's so flawed and not based in reality. Hate to say it, it's hilarious. It's not based in reality where Earth expanded. It used to be like Venus, but before then it was like Mercury. It's supernova then. It became Venus when it supernovaed. It was a planetary supervolcanic event. We don't know that planets do that, but they do. Let me tell you, and as a matter of fact, it did it twice after it was Venus. When Mercury became Venus, I know it's very hard to even explain. It's because it's essentially a planet just moving through positions, and where it was like one, then it becomes like another, it becomes like another, and then there's another that replaces it that we can look at and be like, oh, that's interesting, look at that planet. And not realizing it's next in line to be like this one. And that's how it fucking goes. I know it's a little hard to accept someone talking like that. Saying that this climate change shit ain't reality, while saying that other shit is. But maybe you ain't heard. I found the theory of everything. You should probably check it out. It's back there somewhere in the past.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of things are going on. So let me give you an example. So if you look at where, for example, solar panels, China dominates the market in solar panels. And in 2007, I testified before the Texas House of Representatives. And I said, Texas has an opportunity. We could dominate solar panels. We could start moving now, And if we don't,
You mean in construction? and
yeah, manufacturing.
manufacturing.
We could come the Saudi Arabia of solar energy by building these solar panels. And I said, if we don't, we're going to be buying from China or France. Now, we're not buying from France, but we are buying them from China.
Why'd you say France?
Because people hated France back then. Remember the freedom fries? I thought France is
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
That's what I thought you were going with.
Yeah, no, it was I was purely pandering.
Freedom fries are so stupid.
I was pandering to the people on the committee to get them to agree with me. And so, by delaying, there's an economic cost to that, because when we do switch, which we are going to do it, because again, solar and wind are the cheapest energy. We're going to be buying it from wind turbine manufacturers in Europe and from China, solar panels from China. So we're giving away the economics. It's kind of like, what if we had not let Silicon Valley grow up in the U.S. That it's sort of that level of economic activity that we're giving away by not acting. In addition, you're right. Emitting carbon dioxide to the atmosphere is effectively irreversible on any time scale that we care about. What that means is, once the carbon dioxide in our atmosphere, right now, it's at about 415 parts per million, which means out of every million molecules of air, 415 are carbon dioxide. Once it goes up to some level, 420, it takes a very long time for that to come down, hundreds of thousands of years before it gets back down to pre-industrial. And so we're going to be warming the climate for thousands of years. So people in the year 3000, year 4000, their climate will be determined by the decisions we make. Decisions we make will determine the climate for a very long time. And so we really don't have time to wait 40 or 50 years. It sounds like, if I remember your previous guest, he basically said something like, eventually we'll take care of this, but it's not a priority. I think future generations beg to differ on that. They're going to be affected by this for a very long time. And to me, that's one of the most...
A lot, it really does frequently come down to the children for motivations for why people do a lot of the things they do that end up not being in best interest of others, including those children they're trying to protect, especially their children and 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 their children.
Challenging parts of this is the very long time scale of our impact.
Is there any potential for a technology that extracts carbon from the atmosphere?
Yeah, absolutely. People are working on that. So that's a big, they call it direct air capture. That's a big deal.
And then they pump it under the fucking ground. So it's temporary, by the way.
It's expensive. It takes a lot of energy to do that. So in order to do that, you really have to think about the energy system and where that energy is going to come from. You don't want to burn coal to generate the energy to pull. That would just be this closed loop money losing system. So you need to think carefully about what you're doing. People talk about other things,
trees,
fertilizing the ocean. Some people talk about trees. Trees, it turns out, I'm pro-tree. Let me be clear.
One step at a time. Fertilizing the ocean?
Sure. So, yes. So, sometimes I get so excited about talking.
That's fucking hilarious. Oh, let's just fertilize the ocean. Oh, if we're fertilizing the ocean, we are royally fucked. Oh my god, if we need to fertilize the ocean... Don't worry, we're doing it. Haven't you seen the fucking algae growths? We're fertilizing.
Talking about this, I go 100 miles an hour.
I love it.
So in a lot of places in the ocean, it's nutrient limited. So in other words, the amount of algae that grow is limited by one certain nutrient. And in a lot of places, it's iron. So if you drive a cargo ship full of iron and you just dump it out the back, you could grow a lot of plankton. The plankton would suck carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, and then they would die and they would sink.
So we could take potentially our iron waste and dump it into the ocean, and that would make all this plankton grow, and that would suck carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere? That's
the theory. I don't think anybody seriously talks about that, just because for a number of reasons. Mainly, we really don't know if it would work.
And how much iron would we need, and where would we get it?
Yeah, I'd be honest, I can't. I probably shouldn't have used that as an example because that's not something people seriously talk about.
Okay.
But that was just an example of other ideas that people have come up with in the past.
What are other ones?
Well, there was an article a couple years ago about trees, planting 1 trillion trees. It turns out that that's not a particularly good idea for a couple of reasons. First of all,
oh my God.
let me say I'm pro.
Dude, fucking, how can you say planting trees is not a good idea, regardless? Like, obviously it's a good idea. Not just trees, but fucking gardens, all sorts of shit. Planting in general.
Tree. I'm not anti-tree.
That's a risky stance.
I know. It's
you're going out there. You're pro-tree?
I am pro-tree.
Are you a tree hugger?
Yes, I would hug a tree as long as it's, And so the problem with planting a lot of trees to pull carbon out of the atmosphere is that you need a lot of land. It's not clear where that land would come from. And then the biggest problem is a tree is not a good long-term storage for carbon because you have a forest, it grows up, and then the forest burns down. All that carbon's back in the atmosphere.
Yeah, you fucking have a forest though, and the forests regrow. If it's just like a dead area, that's one thing. It's all about the overall amount. If we have more plants planted, and there's literally more plants out there, like, it will have a higher storage than if there's less plants out there.
And so you need to be able to store carbon for a very long time. So trees, even though I think we should be planting trees, I love trees, they're not a way to solve this problem.
One of the things that Stephen...
Neither is solar power, batteries, or wind power, nuclear power.
And said when he was on the podcast was that the Earth is far greener now because of the fact that there's excess CO2 in the atmosphere.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, so we know that of the carbon that we've added to the atmosphere, a quarter of it has gone into the biosphere. So a quarter of the carbon we add goes into the biosphere. A quarter goes into the ocean. So the stuff that goes in the ocean is acidifying the ocean. So that's ocean acidification. The quarter that goes into the land does green it.
But so there's a corresponding negative effect to all the greening. There's also, you have to think about acidifying the ocean at the same time. So with all the green, if you're saying a quarter and a quarter, so that's literally half, right?
Yeah, so half the carbon we add doesn't stay in the atmosphere.
It's absorbed by the ocean or by plants.
Exactly, yes.
And so if they did plant a massive amount of plants everywhere, it still wouldn't be enough.
Yeah, there's no, if there were an easy way to pull large amounts of carbon out of the atmosphere that way, we would be doing it.
Now, I don't remember where I saw this. I'm sure I saw it on the podcast. Jamie probably pulled it up, but I think it was in China. I forget where it was, where they had essentially a skyscraper-sized air filter that they were going to center in a city.
This is different, but this is similar.
World's biggest machine capturing carbon from the air turned on in Iceland. Operators say the Orca plant can suck 4,000 tons of CO2 out of the air every year and inject it deep into the ground to be mineralized. Is that a lot? 4,000 tons?
So last year, human emissions were probably 40 billion tons. So this is not meant to be a major.
No, it's not.
This is not meant to be a major. This is a sort of a proof of concept, is how I would look at it. So people are working on this, but you have to realize that to pull 10 billion tons of carbon out.
Oh my God, that's crazy to think how we literally do something for no reason. Yeah, we think this has a purpose. Build a 4,000 tons annually. We certainly know what's going on.
Out of the atmosphere in a year, which is probably kind of around the magnitude we'd have to do. That would be just a titanic industrial process. It would be equivalent to about all of the infrastructure we have to produce that much. So think about all of the wells, all the power plants, exactly. So it's certainly theoretically possible. It may be that we end up doing it, but I don't think we can rely on that. You do not want to bet the farm or your kids' futures on that. I mean,
Jamie, there's an image right there. Click on that article. It says sucking carbon dioxide from air is cheaper than scientists thought. So this is from Nature. It says estimated cost of geoengineering technology to fight climate change has plunged since a 2011 analysis. Now, is it possible that, like all these other things, like you were talking about solar, how solar was far more expensive and the yield was far lower, 20 years ago, that as time and technology increases, they could get to a point where they could siphon this carbon dioxide from the atmosphere much more efficiently.
Yeah, just like when I was talking about batteries, there is so much money in this.
And much more mindlessly, just literally just doing it.
If you could come up with a cheap way, if you could do this for $50 a ton, you would be richer than Croesus. I mean, you'd be the richest person in the world if you could come up with a way to do that.
And carbon is valuable too, right? They could use it for things.
Yeah, you got to pump it underground. I mean,
really?
as long as you use it for some way, it's never.
In what world is there someone making $50 a ton pumping CO2 under the ground? Oh yeah, one with subsidies. That's literally the only way, is if a government subsidizes it and just fucking does it. Like, what in the fuck, dude? There's literally no market for this except fucking people wanting to. It doesn't make it actually $50 a ton. Like, it is absurd. So detached from reality. The fucking ludicrous things going on nowadays.
We're going to escape.
Fuck up underground. What if you pump it in there and fuck that up too?
We know that these natural gas reservoirs where you put it, it stays there for a long time because natural gas has been there for millions of years. So I think we know how to drill. We know how to do that. That's pretty well.
He's fidgeting because he knows it's a little sketchy. He's like, it's kind of. So you're saying we're pumping 4,000 tons of a gas underground annually, so like to continue to do it in the same spot, so every year in the same spot. We don't have to do it the same spot, we could do it in multiple spots, so we have to move around. How much can we pump in one spot before we have to move? Well, we just do it endlessly and hope for the best is what we'll do. That's what we'll do, because this we understand. Oh my god, it's absurd. There's literally no market for this. Unless you got fucking like gremlins underground who are like, man, we need some carbon. We cannot access it except from the source, which is up there on the surface, and then let me like fucking pump it down, and they're like, thanks guys, here's the energy in exchange, so that there's an actual exchange going on and you're not just fucking pumping it down into the ground mindlessly. And somehow making a profit. Literally, government's the only way. Just like fucking battery powered cars, only way to make a profit is subsidized. And then these companies sell their carbon credits. Oh, did you have a lot of pollution? Well, luckily we got all these credits from the government. It'll cost you $1 billion. Thanks, guys. And therefore, what we did was just made money and made it look good. Everything we did, we just sold away the reason we did it. So ultimately, it's literally pointless, and because it's more inefficient than the other technology, it's actually wasteful. And pardon me, as I'm just really trying to make money here by having a product that I think is the next best thing, even though it didn't work in 1915 or wherever the fuck they made battery-powered cars the first time, and realized, oh, this doesn't actually work in a like equivalent way to combustion engines, but hey, we'll do it again. This time we'll dress it all nice in a pretty bow.
Understood.
Talk to me about fracking. Now, I saw that documentary, the Josh Fox documentary. I don't remember what it's called.
Is that one with the water on fire?
Yes,
Right.
yes. What is that valid? Like, what do you think is about fracking, and what are the issues that it causes?
I don't have a specific view of fracking compared to regular natural gas production, non-fracking natural gas. So we just got to stop doing it. I mean, all of it.
Just
Not
all nat.
There is clearly a difference. Oh my god.
Natural gas production.
Yeah, I mean,
because
over.
Just sweepingly, I just fucking hate fossil fuels. They're all terrible. There's no possible way in which we could use this, period, at the end. I mean, there's so... It's ridiculous. Oh my god. Pardon me, dude. But, really? I mean, fracking is distinctly the worst. And maybe shale, where they literally just stripping layers of the Earth's fucking crust and...
For the next few decades, not tomorrow, but
Right.
Natural gas, it failed during the Texas cold spell. And in Europe right now, natural gas is extremely expensive. And so remember how I talked about a grid has
Blaming the natural gas again. It did it. It had nothing to do with that we were relying on systems that failed first, because they were inevitably gonna fail because they're fucking trash technologies that are only look good on the surface, but if you really dig down in, they're fucking empty and hollow and don't really have that much going. They're not the future. You think UFOs got fucking solar panels on them? That'd be fucking hilarious. Is that a UFO? It comes and lands. I think that's solar panels. I stand corrected.
intermittence, and it has to have dispatchable firm power. So if you go to the UK, their dispatchable firm power is natural gas. And when the wind goes down, which it's going to do, there are going to be periods where the wind's not generating. They have to turn natural gas. Natural gas is incredibly expensive right now. They are paying out the wazoo for it. We need to stop with commodity fuels. We should be going to nuclear, geothermal. I think geothermal is a dark horse. I actually think very highly of geothermal. Geothermal, if you go back 10 years, the issue was all...
Nuclear, man, stop with the nuclear. It's not cool. It's literally not cool. Like, fucking look around. We cannot use nuclear. Like, because that requires building. Fossil fuels, that's established. Start building new nuclear plants. It's clearly not the future, and then we got this fucking waste problem that we're just dealing with. And, maybe that's what happens. That's why we need to move planets, because we literally won't stop fucking making waste. This is how it goes. It's nothing, no one's fault. Like, we all poop, society poops too.
Always in the drilling, but our drilling has gotten so good because of fracking, actually. The advances in the ability to drill.
How ironic.
Yeah.
Explain geothermal to me.
So geothermal is you extract heat from the ground, then you use that in
from lava, like from what,
just
what is?
Yeah, I mean, certainly in certain places like Iceland, for example, or California, there are places that's geothermal. They're actually pretty good at getting it not just from or they're getting better at getting it not just from these really high temperature places, but that's the traditional geothermal. You inject some water down, it gets really hot because of lava and just really hot rocks.
How deep do you have to go to do that?
I think thousands of feet. Just
So
kind of
miles or?
Yeah, 1,000 feet's a mile.
5,000 feet's a mile, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that what it is? So they have to go deep into the ground where it's far hotter, and they take that and they use it sort of in a similar vein as nuclear power?
Yeah,
Or-
or like any kind of conventional power. It goes down there, gets hot, it boils, and you get this really hot steam coming out, and use that to turn a turbine. That's kind of the traditional way. And
Right.
people are working on all sorts of different things, using it in places where it doesn't get that hot, sort of lower temperature geothermal, and all. I mean, there's a lot of innovation going on in that space. So I think that that's sort of the dark horse candidate. Instead of nuclear, maybe we could go with geothermal as dispatchable.
and then you don't
firm
have to
power.
worry about the fallout.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about all.
All known technologies that all have known drawbacks that are not reasonable on scale. That's the truth. None of these solutions would actually scale up to work on a large scale. It's literally that simple. That's why fossil fuels brought us to where we are today as a people, where we had this like boom in growth because they fucking enabled it. That doesn't mean that the next technology to replace it, if we just arbitrarily choose that which looks best on the surface as soon as now, we need a solution now, and like we're just fucking all in on it. Like we're all in green technologies. What are we fucking doing? Dudes, I got actual ideas with no funding. Hilarious.
The known disadvantages of nuclear.
Now, fracking in terms of the fracking is used for not just natural gas but also oil, correct?
Yeah, so they get both out of these fracked wells, and in a lot of cases they really care about the oil, and they just vent the natural gas to the atmosphere, or they don't vent it. They sometimes they do that, but they should flare it.
Light it on fire?
Yeah, light it on fire. So if you look at a satellite image of North Dakota from night, you can probably find one. You can you can actually see the fires, all these natural gas, all these wells flaring natural gas, and they just keep the oil.
But while they're doing that, they have to be doing some sort of damage to the atmosphere, right?
Oh yeah, they're releasing a lot of carbon dioxide and fugitive methane, so not all the methane may burn.
That's interesting. You call it fugitive methane.
Yeah. And the other thing about it is it produces air pollution. You're burning methane, so
Right.
you're getting crap blowing downwind. It's very noisy. If you're
Probably
near one of
smells
those, yeah. I mean, it's really, it's not good. I mean, wind and solar, by far, are socially better sources of energy.
So wind, solar, geothermal,
Socially
and then potentially nuclear.
Yeah, I mean, in my mind, I kind of think about three different categories. You have wind and solar; those are your intermittents. You have some batteries that help you that are very short term, a couple hours, and that helps you shift solar energy from when you get it
Oh
at
my god. It's just like physics. In order to function, we have general relativity. It'll cover this area of reality. Then we'll have quantum mechanics, which will cover that area. And then we'll have the Big Bang. So then we get boom, 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 put them all together, and then we cover everything. So take this solution, that's, which is good for that, good for that, good for that, good for that, put them all together, and voila, society has sustainable power that only requires us to constantly make batteries and also inevitably have nuclear meltdowns, but hey, we know best.
noon to the evening, and then you have your firm dispatchable power, and that's
It's just demonstrable that this is not a solution because all the issues are present in what he's saying. Like Joe was saying earlier with Paul, most people don't have batteries in their house apparently when they have solar, so they pretty much don't have that thing he just said. And if they wanted that thing, it's going to cost them. And if everyone wanted that thing, it's going to cost them a lot. It's going to go up in price. That's how it goes, dudes. We got to fucking live in the real world. That's how it goes. Supply and demand. You can't be like, oh, national security. We need the resources. It's a national security threat. Now, dudes, fucking think it through a little more. Better solutions are out there. Maybe let's stop investing massive amounts of energy and time into things that are not the final solutions to these problems, and are only intermittent at best stepping stones, just as their power supply is intermittent at best.
It's, it could be natural gas with carbon capture, although I think that is probably not going to, where they capture the carbon dioxide before they vent it to the atmosphere. That has not been demonstrated to be something that we can do at scale yet. Then there's nuclear, there's geothermal, and then there's hydro. And if you live in a place where that's that's available.
And there's things that are just not thought of yet. Like literally, we gotta be aware that we're wasting energy when there's things that have not been thought of yet that are waiting to be thought of, or maybe have been thought of, but besides the point. Things that have not been thought of yet that are waiting to be thought of, that will actually be solutions that will literally make all this a fucking waste of our time and energy. Literally. Let's get to that stage where we can look back and be like, glad we didn't waste all that time and energy on that other shit that wasn't actually a solution.
The geology is available.
Now, the use of petrochemicals and fossil fuel...
Oh, wait, too late. Here we go. Pardon me. That's waste away. Waste away, guys.
Products has a bunch of different problems.
Everyone
and
poops.
one of them is just the waste that's caused by the plastic, and how plastic is essentially, most of it is put into landfills. One of the things we found out doing this podcast is that most of the plastic that you think you're recycling doesn't really get recycled.
Yeah, that's very sad. And let me just say, when I say we should get off fossil fuels, I'm not talking about non-emissive, non-emitting processes like plastic. I think plastic plays a key role in our society. We do create too much. That's a whole different problem that needs to be solved. But I think it's perfectly consistent that we continue
the worst pollution we make is plastic because of fucking... I'm not talking about plastic. Keep on making the worst fucking pollutant we can make. Keep on doing it, guys. We need it. It's got uses. Sooner or later, if we really clean this shit up, though, we're gonna have to have some process to deal with all the fucking plastic. Which is probably just, Mercury supernovaing because, people don't fucking give a shit about reality, and, wake-up calls happen at appointed times. That's how it goes. Nothing anyone could do. It's just a cycle of things. Electrons becoming excited to create the pixels of reality of you and I on a larger scale. Who far be it from us to stop them from seeing the pixels of reality around them at the moment in time when their existence is happening. Could you imagine suddenly an area of darkness happens? What happened? All the electrons stopped becoming excited because everyone in that region of space began to function in a way where they actually found an equilibrium and a balance amongst one another, and peace could occur. And so there were no longer any more needs to redirect them to understanding through the cycle of supernova, where planet after planet supernovas, and the planets get destroyed and recycled. But instead, this area here, they realized what to do, cleaned up their act, and they don't actually produce the supernovas anymore, and they're stable and they're good. And that's weird. I never would have thought that's why that area right there was non-emitting when it seemed like it should be. There's radiation from everywhere. This light is shining on it. Why is it so dark? It seems anomalous. No, this shit doesn't fucking happen because we're dumbasses and we fucking go through the cycle over and over. My bad for my part in it. And, Mercury supernovas. And new planet, new Earth is born. Oh, new Earth. Oh, God, you're so beautiful. Oh. God's like, dudes, you never listen. It's kind of sad. I guess that's just what happens when you're so oblivious, and I'm God. Little ones. That's what God's saying, not me. Well, here we go again. Love you anyway, I'm God. Silly ones, it is interesting watching you all go about your lives and never quite making the decision in time to have things change so that things wouldn't be the same as they are in the future, as they were destined to be, all the while having a chance to change it in the moment, but never, ever, across all millennia, eternity, never did you change your act, and you're always the same, dudes. That's, I'll keep trying, though, because I'm God, and that's how things stay together. Just fucking boom. Oh. Yeah, maybe we should have been concerned about other things and may have thought about things differently then. Luckily, New Planet is for sure in our future, though. Now we know. Now we figured it out, so we know what to do. And we can start anew, truly, without all the fucking pollution. Like, clean slate. Maybe.
Producing oil to produce plastics until we can find a way to solve that. I'm just really talking about generating energy with fossil fuels.
Isn't there potentially different kinds of plastics that can be created from alternative sources?
Yeah, you're way outside of what I know about.
Okay.
What I know scientifically. But
I think there's biodegradable plastics that are made
Yeah.
from plant matter.
Yeah, I know. I wouldn't be surprised at all. And
See if you Google. I think it's one of the problems with hemp being not illegal anymore, but it was for the longest time. Google plastic from hemp and whether or not it's scalable. Because obviously there's who Boy Onslaught is.
I don't.
He's a brilliant young man who devised a method to.
Okay, so 4 hours plus a half hour plus this is another 30 minutes. Fuck it.
Because obviously there's who Boy Onslaught is.
I don't.
He's a brilliant young man who devised a method to extract plastic from the ocean with these giant machines that sort of scoop plastic together out of the ocean, and they use it to create products. But that Pacific garbage patch, which is insane.
Yeah,
it's
no,
as big as the state of Texas, if not bigger, right?
It's depressing.
It's enormous. It's so crazy when you see how big it is, on a map, and that it's all waste, and it's all within the last 70, 80 years, right?
Yeah.
From the advent of petrochemical products.
Yeah, I mean, one day I worry that we're going to find out we've done something really terrible to sort of the ocean ecosystem, and that it's beginning to affect humans.
Uh-oh, here it goes. Despite claims about hemp plastic's ability to clean oceans and limit landfill growth, the truth is less universally positive. If current plastic consumption patterns persist, by 2050 the oceans will contain more plastic than fish by weight. Holy shit.
Oh my God.
According to the World Economic Forum report, in the meantime, plastics will continue to leach into
and then they fucking eat the particles, and we eat the fish.
human body. And while scientists debate the certainty of toxicity studies determining that bisphenol A, BPA plastics are carcinogenic, the FDA will continue.
Funding limitations such as those which are government-induced, prohibition, which does not work, historically demonstrated does not work.
Continue to review BPA safety and, of course, plastics Plastic consumption will increase petroleum consumption, wreaking havoc on the environment and geopolitical stability. What about other things that affect our environment? You know, one of the things that people always like to point to...
Crypto.
Is that bad? Or
Well,
good?
I mean, they're using a lot of power for
To-
it.
to generate crypto?
To generate crypto, and
Well, I
that's...
think decentralized currency would probably prevent a lot of the issues.
Which is artificial, hilarious. It's like, in order to have money have value, it requires like a substance to back it. That's just how it works. Otherwise, it has no value. Like, if I have a chicken and I trade it for a valueless currency, no one wants it, so it needs to be backed by something. And so, historically, it's backed by a physical material, gold. But cryptocurrency has managed to be backed by an artificially inflated requirement for energy expenditure that literally costs society and maybe makes it have that like energy expenditure backing to it eternally, which is kind of interesting. So in a way, maybe it is a currency. It costs us a lot to make it, artificial as it may be, by like creating it that way. I don't really believe any currency is reasonable.
Is that we're dealing with monopolies and politicians and, you know, the kind of fiat currency problems that we have, don't you think?
You know, one thing I've noticed about Bitcoin is it seems to mainly be used by Bitcoin bros and by...
Don't point to me, man.
No, not you, but I mean...
You did, though.
I did point to you, sorry. I meant...
Hey, that's life. We live and learn. Same. I feel you guys.
Easy.
Yeah, no, I meant...
Jamie's a Bitcoin bro.
I meant
easy.
Bitcoin bros are on the same family tree as nuclear bros.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
mention Bitcoin on Twitter and you will be inundated.
Yes.
And let me just be clear to anyone listening to this, I'm not mentioning Bitcoin, so you don't have to go to my Twitter feed. And it's also used by criminals. And so while I understand the allure of Bitcoin...
By criminals. Criminals. It's so easy to just label people who are human beings. Criminals. We're a product of our environment, like I mentioned earlier. See, we blame it. It's very similar, maybe revealing even. We blame one another, the individual, for basically everything that they do in our eyes wrong, when it's really the tides greater than one another that move us. And it's the same circumstances as global warming is blaming us. Oh, we did it. We're at fault. The individuals in this huge sea of a system. Oh, they're criminals because in this huge sea of a system, they got moved in ways that, you know, they made decisions that on the surface don't make sense. Like theft. Like, oh, you know, I need to feed my family. What do I do? I can't find energy any other way, you know. Me, I'm kind of fortunate, very fortunate. I don't have an immediate need to provide for especially, like, people who rely on me. I rely on people. My parents. And, you know, I'm fortunate to not feel the burden of pressure of, fuck, I need things, and circumstances haven't driven me to act certain ways, but that doesn't mean I wouldn't find myself like, you know, this fucking shit has just been taken from me from day one against my fucking will. I didn't agree to any of this. I'm gonna get mine. Like, I could see it happening. That's all I'm saying. I think about it, then I'm like, well, that provides, like, theft. Literally going into a store, like, filling a cart, walking up to the cashier, being like, excuse me, could you call a police officer? I would appreciate it if I could just simply explain to him why I'm perfectly within the confines of my rights to steal this from you right now. He walks in, I'm like, listen, First Amendment, freedom of religion, God is my judge. I believe all is one, therefore this is equally mine. I need this, so I'm gonna take it. Thanks. I just thought I'd let you know what was going on. But you're not stopping me because it's my protected right as a citizen. I didn't agree to this bullshit, but hey, so it goes. I'm part of it. Alright then. I got rights, and I'm taking this. Pardon me as I provide a line of reasoning that some may choose to use. Hey, you know, if you really gotta get some, you know. I'm not saying steal though, because truly it provides basis. We need to get people in a position where they just don't feel the pressure and need to steal. Because that's what's going on, is they are pressured into it. Literally, the pressure of life pushes them in directions that move them to survive for the choosings, the things that they love, the people they love. And it's only right. You know, what are we fucking doing?
Sorts of money.
Criminals
don't just
also use
Bitcoin.
houses.
Criminals. It's like every other thing we label one another. It's really just like a particle. A particle is observable as anything, dependent on the relative position of the observer. So if an observer is in a position where they see the particle as out of balance, then maybe they'll appear negative or positive, depending, or at an equilibrium, all sorts of things that an observer can see in another system. But it's just dependent on the position of the observer. An observer can be in any position relative to another observed system, and they'll see that system differently. Because that's how it is. What were they saying?
And they drink water.
Criminal.
Yeah.
Yeah. We need to get rid of the labeling system where we think it's okay to label one another for things. It's literally blaming. Hold everyone down. That's what the system does. It puts weight on us. Like, we can reflect. You know, I'm rubber, you're glue. Whatever you say bounces off of me and sticks to you. We can reflect this back on the system. It ain't anyone's fault. It's the fucking system's fault. Hey, system, I'm not talking God. I'm talking the intermediary between God and us that has been inserted to extract energy from us and just saps us over time. We don't need to use that. We can literally just work as one. No inefficiencies. Understanding all is one and it's all ours. Like, we gotta share. It's like kids hogging all the toys and then wondering why there's this like disarray. Why is that kid crying and that kid over there seems so happy playing with all the toys? There's just toys everywhere. Kind of like me, probably. Not appreciating the things around me. Got toys everywhere. People are like, dude, what are you doing with all those fucking toys you ain't using on a scale that I would be using them, because fucking don't appreciate it. Ungrateful shit. And that's an angle one can see another. Just like a criminal, but it doesn't make it so as like a solid description. It's just passing, it's fleeting, we're everything and nothing.
Yeah, but 99% of the houses are used by honest people, whereas with crypto, I think look, we probably don't want to talk about crypto. Let's
honest. It's fucking 1984 out there and you want people to be honest. What a joke.
I realize now that was a strategic mistake.
No worries. I know where we're going with this. So, but what I was getting to is there's a lot of other things that people point to as having a negative effect on the environment. And one of them is a big one that gets into the weeds ideologically is veganism. Vegan diets versus animal-based diets, and whether or not you can truly have renewable, like a farm that's a carbon neutral farm that grows plants and animals and does so in this sort of symbiotic manner where you could feed large scale populations, but it's a carbon neutral environment.
Yeah, so you've opened a whole can of worms there. So what we've been talking about so far is just emissions from energy.
I love those kinds of ideas. I think they're completely makes sense, especially for the farm military.
Yes.
And that is a pretty, in my view, and I think in the view of
really doing something that's like neutral and effective. Maybe not the most efficient, let's say, because hey, it's the government. So it does things that are more neutral and not towards like growth in like a profit way, but towards growth in like developing like a farm military of like sustainable systems that are everywhere in small scale, so they're not like completely supplanting but supplementing on a scale where it becomes like abundance is present, and in a like positively affected way where like there's something of like substance holding it there, a well established neutral system. I think it's good. Let's see what they have to say. Pardon my interruption.
the people that work on this is a solvable problem over the next few decades. We can solve that problem. When you get into agriculture is actually a huge source of emissions for climate.
Yeah.
And that is a much more difficult problem to solve. I'm not saying it's not solvable, but
we do everything like fucking sweeping. There's no one with their hand in the, in the dirt like there could be. Like, maybe we need to do that shit. Everyone needs to do that. Not on like a grand scale, but on a large enough scale where it's more equally spread. I imagine like people going to places where they just participate because they know they're part of society and are equally given a place to do what they feel is like necessary in the short term and towards a longer term, and without having to like worry about things, like that we even just freely have access to things may be sufficient for us to not actually need the things. When we don't freely have access, then we need the things. We're like, I need that in my life. I can't like not have it in my life. But when we have freely access, and it's, and maybe that's romantically. Oh, fucking life. Oh. Let's go on.
It's there's not, with energy, with power, there's a real clear path. We know the solutions, we know the technologies. It's really just a political problem. It's not as clear.
No, it's not, dude. There's not a clear path because the solutions are not permanent. They're temporary. They're literally intermittent. All sorts of things where they're not actually where we need to go. So why are we going there?
Clear that with agriculture that we're going to be able to do that as easily, and I think that a lot of it will end up being a political problem. But the agriculture sector exerts enormous power in our society. Why do you think we have ethanol blended into our gas? It's not because that's actually a good way to use corn. It comes from corn. They make ethanol and they blend in the gas. It's because, in this really weird quirk, Iowa is the first state that nominates president. So everybody who wants to be elected president has to go to Iowa and say, I'm in favor of blending ethanol into gas. I mean, that's why we have it. And Rick Perry, he would lambaste that all the time when he was governor of Texas. And then he ran for president and all of a sudden he supported it. So you have these really weird political things going on in agriculture. It's very powerful politically. And so I do think that, that's something that we have to work on, getting our emissions down from agriculture.
Is there, have you ever studied this? Is there like a long-term solution to a viable carbon neutral farming system?
I'm not an expert in this, but I do think that there are methods of not just stopping emissions, but actually sequestering carbon in soils through various farming techniques and things like that. You just have to really convince farmers that it's in their interest to do it. And so you talk about, well, maybe we could pay farmers.
Not everyone. Not everyone. That's the problem.
To pull carbon out of the atmosphere and things like that.
Well, the people that have talked to me about this that seem to think that there is a way to do this, they're doing on a very small scale relatively to, like, one of the problems morally and environmentally that we have with farming in this country is factory farming of animals, because it's horrific. Everybody's seen the videos, and it's like you know about the amount of waste that it causes and what it does to the environment, and also monocrop agriculture, because it's not normal to grow thousands of acres of one particular kind of plant, and in order to do so you have to kill everything else, including all the animals, all the different things that could possibly consume your crops, all the different bugs. You have to kill a lot of stuff.
I think that you got to realize that our agricultural system is optimized for profit. It's not optimized for anything else. And so factory farming,
I'm just thinking so cities, I'm just like the concept that there could come a day when people just generally value the capacity to grow their own things to the point where, like, the need or desire for having an actual place to do so becomes higher value. And then it almost, like, literally, like, so we concentrate people in these cities, but that's not really possible in cities on a scale that's like significant and per person. So in order to like do it, people almost have to like move away. And then they spread out into places, and it brought to mind, I think it was a Mayan culture, some culture like that would have cities that were like opposite to our cities, that I found interesting, where our cities tend to be like the larger a city, the more densely populated the population, which kind of makes sense. But then there was a time where there were cultures that had larger cities that were actually less densely populated the larger they were. And essentially, like, the more people in an area, the more they were spread out in that area than in areas where there were smaller amounts of people, and so they were more densely packed. Totally different, maybe related to their like way of life. Like, they needed land to do things because everyone was doing their own like local maintenance of like their survival, and like tending to the garden maybe in a way that we just don't anymore. And instead we just like we centralize or localize who's doing it to just a few, so to the point where there are farmers, and it's not just like an aspect of everyone's life that's maybe like vital to our literal survival, possibly. I don't know, because it keeps us grounded. We tend to the garden, like when it's not tended, then the weeds can grow. But once we tend to it, we get the weeds out, and the weeds can't really grow back. Oh, there's a weed. No more weeds. But in the beginning, it's fucking weeds everywhere. Like, pull some weeds, there's more weeds, until we clean the garden. Maybe if we do that on a large enough scale and really start growing more like useful than decorative plants. I find that also interesting, the tendency to decorative plants, which just shows our like abundance. If someone's like truly in a survival state, they will tend much more towards like surviving through supplementing their intake of nutrients and food through growing it. So we literally grow things, and then it's like just for the mere sake of looking at it, which makes sense, but holy shit, on the scale that we do it. And it makes me think of the gym. Like, my legs are sore because I've been out back doing weeding, which is part of why I'm even thinking in this manner. And I'm like, like, we really do. We go to the gym and we just like do things for the sake of like appearance, literally for appearance. That's why. Unless it's for health, like that, or for health. But if it's for health, then like all things are relative. We can expand that out to like the health of our local environment by expending that energy locally to change our surroundings, like cleaning and doing yard work and all sorts of cooking and all the things that really like keep the particulates kind of like separated so that we're in a more like clean space where we then can like thrive and grow and be like a truly nutriently fed plant that just looks like perfect, blooming, all covered in blooms, every like literally no blemishes on the plant. It is in its like highest state of physical being because it's nourished and doesn't have disease and other things that are just sapping its energy and making it look not as elegant and captivating maybe as it could look, which can be extrapolated to us. Like, I certainly could appear better by doing all of these things on a large scale of time to the point where I'm like, I see. No, everything's clean and I'm feeling good. I'm clean. It's just like my environment is extracting whatever is within me because of this like cleanliness that's beyond myself. Just like climate change, maybe my focus of changing myself by changing myself is similar to climate change, where it's blaming me rather than acknowledging my environment plays a role in it and changing the environment in ways that I can. Mostly just cleaning and participating.
Is a way to produce the most pounds of hogs, per dollar you're spending. And if you want to do something different, people have to recognize that they're going to pay more at the grocery store, but you'll get these other benefits. You'll have less climate impacts. You'll have these moral benefits. And so I think as a general rule, we haven't done probably as good a job, and that's because there are people out there that are sort of combating us with misinformation, at really explaining all of the costs of our present economic system. As we talked about.
All things are relative. This is misinformation, dude. No offense. It's literally wrong. Like, climate change. All these solutions that are not solutions, and proposing them as solutions and presenting them as solutions, and all the things we're doing. Like, we need actual solutions. And if we're trying to get more energy, it's not through one of those sources. I understand we need energy. But we gotta stop wasting it.
With fossil fuels, you're killing millions of people around the world every year from air pollution, and that's a huge cost, and all of the cost of climate change and things like that. And you just have to realize that people have to realize they might see higher prices for meat in the store, but there are benefits from that.
You mean we could make the argument that you're killing millions of people with poor diets as well, and that the main contributors to this poor diet economy are probably fast food.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. And I do think that there's a lot of, certainly that is a tremendous cost.
But the problem with that is kind of the same problem that we have with fossil fuels, is that people want to do what they want to do. They want to be able to go to Whataburger like you, sir. Look at you there, you guilty bastard.
I love Whataburger.
See, that's the problem. That is the problem. Now that
Well, for the record, I was driving in.
Hey,
so,
for the record, that's what everybody says.
That's right.
That's what fast food's all about. You don't have time to pull over and bust out a hibachi and cook a steak.
That's right.
Yeah, and even if you did, who's growing that cow? And how's it being grown?
Yeah, that's
right?
exactly right.
Yeah, I mean, you got to go to...
It's all good. We're vibrating. It's like... as a phase change occurs, it becomes more and more turbulent, and we're just getting pushed and shoved in all these directions. And fast food, I mean, that's just how we're moving fast. That's how society is. It's fast-paced. It's hard to keep up, and so we just find ourselves like, shit, I'm hungry, and like, there it is, boom. And we just keep living the lives we're living, because it didn't take any, like, oh shit, there's no food, I gotta figure this out now. Or like, oh, there's only healthy foods everywhere because people just stopped buying from the poor choices that are like, it's kind of like a trash can. I think of, like, I'll see trash cans that are really thicker plastic to the point where it's kind of well made and won't get like destroyed in a few days, and then other trash cans, like the lid will just, like, it's so thin that it might as well not be sold because it's just fucking trash. Like this how quickly it's useless matters. And what are we doing? I forget what I was talking about, so that makes it
some sort of a sustainable ranch.
Yeah, food. Like, maybe it's quick, but it's not given the nourishment. Fuck, I don't know. We'll see.
You should get some grass-fed, grass-finished beef on a free-range cattle where the manure is being recycled and they're using it and they're composting it, and then they're having pigs roam and chickens roam, and everything is sort of like feeding into...
We gotta get healthy. That's step one. Like, I'm thinking, like, I would love to participate in stuff like this, but like my health, and I think about other people that, like, it would be great if we could get healthy. How do we get healthy? Is it the spin device? Is it the spin device? I really need... Whoa. I started coughing. Holy shit. Is it the spinning device? Okay. If only.
The soil.
Yeah, so let me sort of talk about agriculture in general. I almost never talk about agriculture because I've talked to people who know a lot about it. And the thing I realize is incredibly complicated. Just, farmers, agricultural systems are one of the most tightly managed by humans. Of all the systems we have, that's the one that humans manage. And so there's a lot of capacity for adaptation, for people to adjust things. But nobody does anything if there's not a positive return on investment, if they're not going to make money from it. So really the challenge here is to convince people to do things that are good for the environment that make them money. A lot of farmers put wind turbines on their farms, not because they...
Or to convince them that money is not fucking why to do anything. And health would be good. It is in your personal best interest, literally, to
give a crap about renewable energy. They probably all hate Al Gore. They do it because they get paid. They get a monthly check for doing that. And so you can convince people to do the right thing.
But we gotta do it ourselves. Part of me is I try to make people do shit I ain't doing. Could definitely use some help. Hey, I'm out here trying. Anyone else trying? Hello? Anyone on my fucking
thing
level?
if you financially incentivize them to do it.
And that's the key.
That is really the key.
Anyone vibing with me? I know some people are. But I don't know.
That's always the key. Money always talks. I mean, if there's one absolute...
Unless it's fucking Monopoly money. Here, anyone want my Monopoly money? No, you won't give me an actual tangible asset in exchange for my Monopoly money? Huh. How am I gonna get it then? I don't understand. I was under the impression this had value. Oh. Oops.
truth in everything having to do with this problem. It's money talks.
But isn't that part of what the problem that got us to this position in the first place? Potentially with, like, when you're talking about growing corn, for instance, for ethanol. Like, one of the things that we do is we subsidize farmers to grow corn.
Oh, yeah. I mean, money talks got us into this. You know, the
Yeah.
fossil fuel companies want to make money. And, you know, they do whatever they can to make money. If that means giving lots of money to politicians and supporting, you know, dark money groups who run ads against their opponents, you know, this is all stuff that, you know, they're looking at their bottom line. They look at their job as to make the most money possible. And if you believe that's your job, and most corporations I think do, then you're willing to do anything to do that. You'll buy politicians because it's legal. It's completely legal to buy a politician in this country.
Now,
It's a good point. I mean, it's fucking true. Let's stop allowing this shit to happen.
when you look at the future, when you take into account all these issues, whether it's coal-fired power plants or fracking or agriculture, if you're being realistic, do you think we can turn this around?
Yeah, so keep it up, slide 11. So let me sort of lay out sort of our choices here. That's not it. 11, yeah, that's it. So this is a bar chart that kind of shows sort of our possible climate future. So the one on the left that goes to about 10 degrees Fahrenheit, that's the temperature change from an ice age. So I think we can all agree, if the Earth went into an ice age, that would be very bad. Can we agree on that?
I agree.
All right. So, and that's surprisingly, most people don't know that. That's only 10 degrees away. If we cool the planet by 10 degrees, we would have an ice age, and it would be an economic catastrophe. I mean, I can't.
Not just economic, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be a catastrophe in every way, shape, or form.
We wouldn't be able to grow food. Yeah.
Right. And so we've already warmed about 2 degrees Fahrenheit. That's the green bar. So we're already 20% of the way to an ice age. Ice age amount of warming. We're going the opposite direction, obviously. Ice age is down.
Right,
but we're going up. 20% of an ice age amount of warming. Business as usual, that's BAU. That's about 5 degrees Fahrenheit. That's half of an ice age. Okay? So that should scare the crap out of you.
Half of an ice age.
Half of an ice age in terms of temperature change, an ice age of warming. I look at that and I look at my kids and I think, holy crap, if this happens, I don't know how bad it's going to be, but half of an ice age of warming could be awful. I mean, really, Mad Max. Now, whether you want to take action on that actually is not a scientific question. Some people might look and go, Mad Max is cool. I would love to live in Mad Max. And so they might not be worried about it. Some people might say humans will adapt. I have this infinite wisdom, confidence. Thank you. Infinite confidence in humanity that we'll figure out some way to do it. And I hate government regulation. So bring on the heat. But, I look at this. Again, I'm speaking as a citizen now, not as a scientist, but as a citizen. I don't have infinite confidence in humanity. I look at COVID.
I do. So, let's carry on.
The Texas blackout, and I think we're going to F this up.
When Koonin was talking about global warming and climate change, one of the things that he said was that what it will do is open up new areas.
If we're here, it's because we make it. Otherwise, shit would just be done. It would be over. There would be one and done, never again. But it's a cycle. It repeats. It's like a wave. No worries. There we go. Okay, I feel better.
Areas for agriculture, and that agriculture will move steadily north, and that we'll adapt to that.
Too much.
Yeah, so that's actually happening. So agriculture is moving. You can actually look at the average acre of corn that was grown, and it's actually moved about 150 kilometers north and to the west. So north and west is higher altitude, so to cooler regions. And that's actually right. So eventually agriculture will move into Canada. At some point, it's going to move as far north as it can move.
And this is over what period of time that it's moved to 150 kilometers?
Probably a couple decades.
That's
assumptions. Imagine there's a wave, and all you see is this portion of the wave. Oh, it's going this way. When in reality, it's a wave.
That's not a lot of time.
That's not.
Couple decades is pretty recent.
And we haven't seen that much warming. We've seen about a third of the business as usual warming. So agriculture, as I said before, agriculture is one of the most intensively managed and adaptable systems we have. So saying agriculture will be fine, that should not give you any reassurance. Let's talk about some other things.
Would it be easier if we just invaded Canada and took over? Grow our stuff up there if it gets too warm? Because I think we probably should invade anyway at this point.
Well,
they seem like they need our help.
We don't even fucking doubt it. We would.
They put gravy on fries. I'm not sure.
You never had gravy on fries?
I have not had.
You've never had poutine?
I have not had poutine.
Oh
I'm not
my
sure.
God! You should shut your mouth until you have it because it's amazing.
Fair enough.
How dare you?
Fair enough. All right, so let's talk a little bit about some other impacts because again, agriculture is the one I think is probably the most likely we'll be able to adapt as well as possible. Let's talk about something that's unadaptable. For example, permafrost melting. So, we're melting all this permafrost at the top of the world. How do you adapt to that? All of the stuff that was built in the north, they essentially build it on permafrost with the assumption the permafrost will never melt. So you build a house on permafrost, you say, okay, that's my foundation. And then the permafrost melts and the house splits in two.
When you say the north, what are you talking about? Where?
Oh, well, like anything, Alaska, Siberia.
They're building houses on permafrost up there?
Yeah, they put the foundation.
You fucking live and learn, unfortunate truth. Thanks for teaching us that lesson.
On the permafrost.
Comes back to the earth. The earth expanded. Really needs to be incorporated in this.
With the assumption the permafrost is never going to melt.
Well, you're basing off invalid science. What do you want?
It melts, then it'll soften, and then the houses will sink.
Exactly. The house just splits. It doesn't sink. It's you have these. It becomes structurally uninhabitable, and that happens with roads. That happens with all this infrastructure. In addition, as you heat up the permafrost, it starts emitting greenhouse gases, things like methane, carbon dioxide.
I read that one of the big issues, they were talking about Siberia, and that as Siberia slowly melts, that it's going to emit an incredible amount of greenhouse gases.
Right. So that's certainly a possibility that scientists worry a lot about. And that's one of the worst case scenarios, because if that happens, then we lose the ability to stop climate change. Because even if we stop our emissions,
it's a cascade
it's what we call a feedback system. Mm-hmm. And so permafrost is one really hard to adapt to impact. And there's ocean acidification. How do you adapt to that? The oceans are more acidic. What are you going to do? And then there are the things that are extremely expensive. So imagine sea level rises. You've got to build these seawalls. You have to do it around Houston. You have to do it around New York. These are tens of billions of dollars. I mean, we're going to get to my worry is we're going to get to a situation where we're spending all of our money just trying to stay alive, building stormwater infrastructure to handle more severe rainfall, building seawalls, building, things to keep people alive when the temperature gets really hot, building new infrastructure for agriculture. Because remember, as the agriculture moves, the infrastructure has to move. All of your grain processing plants that were down here, you got to...
It's just physics. It's just physics. There will be flows as a result of changes of energy. People would move. They wouldn't fucking just sit there. At some point, people wake up. and realize, oh, yeah, things are going on.
To rebuild them up here. And so we're going to be spending all of our time and all of our money just trying to stay alive. You're not going to have money to buy, to buy a new iPhone or to go to college. Yeah, it's all, because that money's all going to be tax money. I mean,
oh, thank God. No, don't go to college anyway unless it's free. Fucking bullshit. The fuck? Pay to get indoctrinated into a belief system. Scam much, anyone? Hey, I got scammed. It's cool. It's a little more reasonable than some of the others. Some that are like literal indoctrination are just like they're just teaching indoctrination. Mine was much more calculus, math, chemical engineering, sciences, things that are more like, okay, that stuff's going on. 2 + 2 is 4, you're right. But not so much like opinions.
yeah, that's where it's going to come from.
Albeit opinions, as the sciences are ultimately opinions, but sufficiently based in actual reasoning to have an established like foundation that's not just like empty and without reason, but just because people want it certain ways and decide as a result of that to just conclude things without thinking it through. And it's really not sound foundationally.
And let me just add one thing, which I think is really important here. A lot of people are concerned about the freedom aspect of this, as I am. We saw with COVID that disasters often come with more government intervention in our lives. When COVID hits, like, you got to wear a mask.
Yeah, that's how false flags work.
And, in certain situations, you got to get vaccinated. And people don't like that. And
that's how lying, deceiving, bullshit systems work when we just allow them to fucking persist.
Understand that. What do you think is going to happen if there's a food shortage? What do you think is going to happen if we have to relocate Miami? It's going to be massive government intervention. If you want to have a world where the government doesn't tell you what...
Or we take action as a people and just start doing what we need to do. Fuck, I need some land and some health. Just fucking do it. What? It's a free country. God, this is God's kingdom, actually. It's a fact of the matter. I don't even want to call it a country, because it's fucking one undivided land.
What to do. We need to solve climate change now, because it's going to be a much larger infringement on our rights if society starts to fall apart.
Have you debated anyone about this?
So I have not debated anybody about this. Actually, I take it back. I debated this person, Richard Lindzen, in 2010. My feeling is that I won't debate the science. So the science is set. Earth, we're temperature's warming, humans are the cause. I'm happy to debate policy because I think policy needs to be debated. So if someone wants to debate energy policy with me,
why wouldn't you debate the science?
Oh my God, it's fucking revealing. Basically, we've accepted we're doing it. Now we just have to determine the degree to which we take action. Because we're gonna take fucking action because we've accepted that it's happening.
Because the science has already been debated in the scientific system.
I understand that, but
and then the people who had counterpoints have just been silenced.
Average person.
It's not a true consensus when there's disagreement.
That gets confused and doesn't know whether or not you're correct or Steve Koonin is correct.
Yeah, so I
a
think
debate would be very beneficial.
I disagree with that entirely because
How so?
because in a one-on-one debate without the ability to fact check people. So let's
Why
say
couldn't you fact check them in real life?
in real time.
Yeah, in
Because
real
I mean, how
time.
do I do that? He says this paper says this, and I'm saying, do you want me to read the paper?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
it would be a debate with.
Fucking yeah, dude. Get informed. Don't be fucking lazy about it. If we're gonna be fucking telling people what to do.
It would take a week.
So we do a week. I mean, I don't even think it would take a week, but there's certain points that you could get where you would go over them, and we could kind of establish those points in advance. Like where's the contention? Like where's the disagreement? And why does he feel this way, and why do you feel this way? And I feel like if we established like a set of parameters or a set of areas of contention.
Well, we can certainly talk about that. I think we need to work that out. But let me just sort of finish what I was saying. That the scientific system of peer-reviewed papers followed by replication, important results are always replicated by other people. That's how science determines what is right. And I feel strongly that in the one debate I did do, I thought it was terrible and was a waste.
So basically, we have a belief system, and then we just repeatedly reinforce it by regurgitating the same shit over and over. Maybe it's valid, maybe it's not. It doesn't fucking matter because we don't listen to anyone else, and we just constantly just do the same thing and say, oh, this is what's going on.
Wasted my time, and I said I would never do that again. But policy is different. Policies are value judgments, and I think you do have to have public debate.
He would never debate. If people aren't open to conversation, then like they cannot control others. If you're not gonna fucking listen to people you're trying to control, don't fucking. I'm not saying do what they say, but fucking listen. Hear them out.
Debates about that. So I think we do need to get out there and advocate for what we think we should do.
What he said is that he got into this because he brought a bunch of people together to discuss what the science is, and he said the science is not nearly as settled as he thought it was when he first started examining it. And that's why he wrote this book, and that's why he took a deep dive into the data.
That may well be true. I can't comment on why he did what he did.
Well, that is why he did what he did. That's what he said. But the point is, like, when someone hears him or when someone hears you, there's people that would hear you and go, well, this guy's not right because Steve Koonin's right. And I heard Steve Koonin say this. And then there's people that hear you and go, well, he's right and Steve Koonin is wrong. Because Steve Koonin left out all these different things, and he was incorrect about that, and he was way too lenient on the government when it comes to, like, this could be settled. At least it can be explained in a way that a rational person could have a more informed opinion of what's going on.
Yeah, I think you overestimate.
It's real simple. The earth expanded, and all this shit we think we know is fucking wrong. So, no, all moot, settled. You're welcome.
The ability to settle these issues in a debate, and I will say,
Maybe.
you're absolutely right. This is why tobacco companies hired scientists to go out and push them, because they understand the power of a scientist saying, X is true, Y is not true, and so you're absolutely right, and it's going to be, it's very frustrating to me to hear someone like Dr. Koonin, and what's particularly irritating is there's always this little bit of conspiracy in there about these people, they know the truth, they're afraid to say it. I mean, let me ask you. Why would I be afraid? What do you think? What bad would happen to me if I came out?
Well, I don't think you're afraid at all.
Right, but I mean,
I do
but
think that
take
there
a
are
normal.
some people that agree with him
God,
that
dude.
do not.
You should walk my path for a moment. Come out and say something people don't agree with and see how they treat you. It's really that simple.
not want to talk about it publicly. I'm not saying
But what
they're
are they
correct.
afraid of? What are they afraid of?
They're afraid. Well, there's, I think, being called a climate science denier, being called a
especially when you're fucking right. Oh my fuck. And there's just this sea of people wrong as fuck. No offense. You know, it's like, oh, excuse me, everyone. You are all fucking wrong. So you're welcome. Anyway, I'll be over here now, being loved by you all. Thank you.
conspiracy theorist being maligned for your opinions. I think that's a real thing in this day and age, don't you?
I think that certainly everybody gets
Literally a Salem witch hunt.
pushback. I mean, I get a lot of pushback. I get hate emails.
Yeah, but you're on the right side of it.
But
in
the point
terms
is,
of
I'm
general
still getting a
Right.
lot of pushback.
Exactly, you're on the fucking consensus side.
So the
Everyone
pushback
gets pushback.
Right. So the pushback doesn't change. Yeah, you certainly know that. But Dr. Koonin is an example that you can have a great career taking his position. He's on the Joe Rogan show. I mean, how great
are
is
you.
that? Yeah, but I mean, the point is, it's
But
not
you're here
like
too. That's a bad
Right.
argument.
No, but I'm saying is he still has a good career.
Right.
And in fact, the only reason I'm on is because he was on.
He fucking made it through, dude.
You would not have had me on.
Of course
had
I
he
would
not-
have.
Circumstantially, he made it through. That's an interesting thing for him to say right there.
Well, all right.
That's not true. I
Okay.
definitely would have.
All right. Well,
He's just like, well, I gotta say it's not true, but it definitely played a role in it. I mean, it was a fucking. That's the thing, though. It's not his fault. It's fucking these people are pushing him. Hey, you gotta do what we think is right. Just let them be. That's what we gotta do, is let people be. That's all I'm saying. But let them be and work together again. Maybe it's a little hard when people don't want to participate in all this, and that's all. A lot more than let them be. Gotta freely choose, and then this is let them be in a freely chosen agreement. Not one that was forced upon us at birth, but because we came to that conclusion as grown adults who understood that we're making the actual right decision for ourselves.
Listen, I don't know anything about climate science, so I would be more than. I did not have you on just because of that. I had you on certainly as a result of him being on,
Right.
but I most certainly would have had you on anyway.
right. Well, again, so we can talk about how to do it. I'd be
It's kind of impossible.
open to discussions about sort of parameters. I think the thing you don't want to do, in fact, he even made this point, which I thought was actually an excellent point, which is he's worried about as I was. He said, make people write down their views. I mean, that's what we do in the peer-reviewed literature. He said, I don't want to just have a debate. Make them write down their things and give citations and stuff. And, that's why you look in the peer-reviewed literature where people write stuff, it goes through peer review, then it gets published, and it's all written down. And it's much harder to get crackpot ideas out. I mean, I could say anything to you about anything, and I could just say it. But if I have to write it down,
There is such a fucking crackpot idea out there already that's just mainstream narrative of everything, pretty much. Yeah. So, if it's established, it's easy to get out there. If it's not established, it just gets termed crackpot idea.
I'm going to give you references. It's much harder.
Literally just circumstantial again.
Right.
But I do think public debates about policy are really good. We need to have people talk about, what's the pros and cons of this or this.
My take on what you're saying is there's certain things that you're saying that are irrefutable. First of all, the particulate matter in the air that's caused by power plants that are fueled by coal, and we look at that video from Evansville, that's horrific to me.
Yes.
All that stuff's horrific. This, the idea that the only way we can move forward is by continuing to do what we're doing already, and fossil fuels and all that jazz, that doesn't make any sense to me. And I do hope that there is some innovation when it comes to battery construction methods and efficiency and all that jazz, and that we do move away from a lot of the stuff that we're doing right now. I wish it was. I wish there was no gray area. I wish there was no. I wish there was no legitimate, intelligent people that thought differently. That's where it gets confusing, because I feel like I read his book and it was pretty fascinating. I've read several things where you rebutted him, and I've read several things.
There's one truth, guys. I'll clear things up, don't worry. I got this.
Where you stated your position, so I was very excited to talk to you about this. And like I said, there's many things that you're saying that I don't think anybody can refute, particularly the effect of using these things that's happening, not just in terms of warming, but in terms of pollution.
Yeah, you have to look at the whole...
The thing that actually matters and is fucking real.
The whole menu of disadvantages. And if you do that, you realize we really should be phasing out fossil fuels as fast as possible.
And we really should be taking into account what's happening with these increased levels of pollutants in our atmosphere. And this is not very simple. I get very upset when we were talking about that. What is that Josh Fox movie called? What the hell is it called? The fracking movie, Frack Nation or some shit. What is it called? Remember? But I've heard people dismiss Gasland. I've heard people dismiss that and dismiss the impact that it has. I'm like, but how can you dismiss the fact that some people have water that you can't drink anymore? Like, what? How is that a dismissible thing? How if they're doing something that produces a significant amount of energy, but also pollutes water to the point where it can't be digested anymore? You can't just only look at one aspect of that. You can't only look at the market. Oh, so these people have to move out of their farm. Well, they paid them off. But where's that water going? Like, where's that polluted water going? What kind of an effect does it have on the animals? What kind of effect does it have on the plant life? Is it leaking into the atmosphere? Like, what's happening? And how long does it take before we know what's happening? Is this something that's real simple that you can, cut it off right there and then there's no more damage done? Or is this something that leaches out into our environment for decades or hundreds of years to come?
Yeah, and I mean, you make a lot of good points. There's the impacts, especially on people of modest means who are significantly impacted. Corporations just don't have to worry about that. And, so if you live next to it, there are lots of stories about people who live near these big industrial plants and suffer really horrific, cancers and other problems. And it's as time goes on, it becomes harder and harder for people like that to get some sort of compensation or to get the harms addressed. I mean, I do firmly believe, and I think this is a key thing about climate and everything else, that polluters should be accountable for the damage they pay. And so the people who are spewing fossil fuel effluents...
We're all accountable because we let this shit happen. It's really that simple. So stop blaming. Polluters is this like back to the individual. We're pointing fingers at them and them and them. We all participated in allowing this to happen. Sure, we found ourselves in it, but we didn't do anything to stop it. Not yet. We can change that though.
Carbon dioxide and methane into the atmosphere, they should be held accountable for that. And right now they're not. And that actually is the core of the problem. If they were actually being held accountable, fossil fuels would be gone very quickly.
Because it wouldn't be profitable.
Exactly. It'd be non-economic. And so what you're
non-economic. If they were held accountable, isn't it funny how the system manages to place itself? Oh, you're doing something that's not in the environment's best interest. And so in order to restore the environment and undo the wrong you did to the environment, rather than undoing the wrong, you pay this government, we'll take the money, and we'll do whatever the fuck we want with it because we're the government. fucking order restored. Ah.
Talking about is, what economists call externalities, which are costs imposed on people who are outside of your transaction. And that's really the problem. That there are these free, you can throw, it's like you walk over to your fence, you throw your trash in your neighbor's yard. If you can do that for free, why wouldn't you?
Right.
But you can't do it because your neighbor will get mad, and but that's essentially what a lot of corporations are doing right now. And we let them get away with it because they are so politically powerful. They've gotten to the point where they're more powerful than any non-corporate entity. They're more powerful than the people.
I think that's a great point, and I think that's
including the governments. They're all non-living entities. Understand that none of them, literally not a single one of them exists. They're all just made up in our minds. Oh.
good way to end this. Is there anywhere online? Could you direct people online to what's the best place to see your work? And
my SoundCloud? No, I don't know. I do not have a SoundCloud.
Is that one of the dad jokes your kids warn you about?
Yes, that is one of my dad jokes.
You should be rapping about climate change. Maybe you could be on TikTok.
There's a climate change rapper who's actually quite good.
Really?
Yeah, I would say
I doubt that's true.
I'd say if people want to see me, they should follow me on Twitter, Andrew Dessler. I'm always tweeting about climate.
Spell that, please.
AndrewDessler, one word.
Okay.
And
on Twitter, and do you have an Instagram as well?
I do not have an Instagram.
Okay, good for you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for coming here. I really appreciate it.
That has been great. I really enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it too. It was very enlightening, and I think it helped a lot. It helped to balance things out.
All right, good.
Thank you.
And hopefully I'll talk to you again someday.
Yes. Well, hopefully he'll respond, and maybe we can get something together.
Okay, good.
I think it would be very enlightening for people. I really
right.
do. I think it would help a lot.
Okay, good.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
So, guess that's that, huh? So that's my 2 cents. Probably said enough. This is long. Later.